I needed to end, man. I need this to be over. Let's just get to tomorrow. I'm trying to do math. The math don't add up. Things don't make sense. Reading stupid fucking tweets about NBA insiders and all this dumb shit from completely irrelevant people. But like, okay, y'all gonna make me say something. I'll just minding my own business and Jesse come in and start telling me stuff. I ain't bother nobody. I'm just chilling. Just chilling. Ready for tomorrow to get here. Oh man. Let's just get to tomorrow. We plan today's entire show, and I'm 1,000% confident we're not gonna do anything that's in this plan. Yeah. Man, how about Keegan Murray playing in Summer or California Classic? That's pretty dope. Kessler Edwards gonna go. It's good stuff, man. It's gonna be a fun California Classic. I'm looking forward to Monday. Baller's Life was good, man. Ain't no lie right there. Ain't no lie right there. Yeah, Kata gonna go. Yeah, these man. I just be minding my own business, the baby daddy, and they be in here bugging. Green juice is in the fridge, man. I'm ready to roll. Ramsey, you know what it is. I need a cigar rolled with some good stuff in there. You know what I mean? I'm good, baby. I'm good, Katrina. All good, all good. Yeah, so that's how we're gonna start the show, because math don't math, baby. The math don't math. Well, I don't see that's the thing. Like, is he playing in summer league, or are they giving the fans in Sacramento some love? I don't know. But either way, it's dope. It's dope. HB and Trey Lyles. We got to get Oubre or Josh Hart. So Josh Hart, that'll be one. Let's keep. You know, that's the one we got to follow all show, because Josh Hart's anyone who hasn't, executed their opt out, which I don't think you actually have to do anything to execute your opt out, is today. And I know they extended. Josh Hart extended. In the Knicks extended his window. So if he opts out, that probably means they don't have a long-term deal. So that could be something worth watching. Yeah. Man, let me get everything set in here real quick. Get everything. Got to get all our subscribers. Shout out to all the new subscribers, man. Gotten quite a few over the last.
Oh, it's the introductory press conference. I was like, why does he look like he's going to court or something?
Oh. Did you? Oh, you see your boy? Oh, shoot. You see your boy Kyrie Irving is going to meet with Phoenix. Hey, so, what a circus, man. Hit the thumbs up, y'all. Hit the thumbs up. Yeah, they dumb as a bucket of shit, Dr. David. Need to stop cussing so much, but man, them people anger the hell out of me. I don't know why I let them get to me either. It's not even them, it's Jesse. I was minding my own business.
I'm just informing you of what the streets are saying. That's it.
That ain't the streets. Let me
The
tell you
curb.
that.
I'm letting
I
you know
can
what the
tell you
curb
that.
is saying.
That's the gutter. You letting me know what the gutter said.
Oh no.
Fucking announce you're leaving and keep it moving.
Does anybody know if that's happened? Has he announced? Does he? I mean, what's going on here?
Man.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Vibe check. Where we at? Come on, man.
Come on,
Where
man.
we at? Where we at?
We
Where we
good.
at?
We good. We ready for tomorrow. We want to see what's going on.
Oh, I'm a little hot. I'm a little fired up, man. I can't lie. We welcome you in here to the Thursday, June 29th edition of D-Lo and KC, just 27 short hours away from the end of NBA free agency. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me!
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And collectively, for some of you out there who are a little bit slow, acknowledge the show.
Acknowledge me.
24 hours before Chris Haynes reported it. No, homie. No, homie, no. No, homie, no. No.
Come on, man.
Yo, I take every I'm Jordan in every eye-rolling scene in The Last Dance. I take this stuff personally.
You know what?
You ain't getting credit for the stuff we reported the day before.
See, you know, the funny thing about this is, I
Dumbass.
promise you, I'm not even gassing you. I'm not even gassing you guys. This morning, I was ready to just kind of tweet something. Just let them know we out here. Let them know we out here. You know, a little bravado to it. Talk a little talk. I said, you know what? I'm not gonna do that. I'm just not gonna do that.
And
No
what do we
need.
look like picking
No
on a
need.
dude like that?
Yeah,
like,
it's
like, you like a child in this game.
I hadn't even seen that, and I was like, nah, I ain't gonna do that. You know, there's people I like over there. Those are my people. You know, they in a tough situation. I ain't even gonna do that. And then I get here and they talking that talk.
Well, that's Jesse's fault. I was minding my own business. Day was already a little frustrating. We had to change some stuff with our just little corporate stuff, just little stuff you deal with going into an office. So I'm already at like I'd say a 7. Like I'm up there, right?
Yeah.
And then Jesse comes in and he reads something out loud. I said, "You're kidding me." He was like, "Nah, I read it verbatim."
I just thought I would share something that made me chuckle. That's all it was.
I could
It was
say
a
the
mere-
dude's name and no one would even know who I'm talking about. They'd be like, who is that? Like, why are you getting so worked up about a little Twitter person? That's my fault. That's a flaw in me.
Oh man.
That's a flaw in me. And I
See-
got to be better.
See what happens when you try to take the high road. See what happens. I still ain't gonna say nothing. I'm gonna let it go. Like I said, I got people over there that I rock with, man. You know what I'm saying?
And this
Those-
all on
those
the
my
heels.
people over there, man.
This
So
all
I'ma
on the
just leave
heels of the
alone.
What's Beef episode of Corners of the Culture to drop today. Man.
First off,
That's why I can't say now. Be like Jay-Z talking trash to Baby Bash. Like, what we gonna do right now?
oh, catching
What we gonna
strays,
do?
Baby Bash.
Shout out
Hey.
Baby Bash. Baby Bash.
Hey, he
that's good
rocks
people.
Cinco de Mayo a
Yeah,
number of different years,
that,
man.
that was a bad example.
Yeah,
Baby
man.
Bash, good people.
Chingy.
Baby Bash, good
Chingy's the
people.
one. Chingy trash, bro.
Chingy, yeah, but Chingy still too high. Still too high.
True.
Still too high.
Chingy had at least a couple hits.
Yeah. You a little too hard on Chingy.
No, Chingy's trash.
Oh, well, you a little too hard on Chingy.
He is.
Yeah, records though. This person we talking about, they don't have no records.
No, not at all.
I don't know what the hell's going on in free agency. If you tune into this show expecting some answers, you ain't getting them. Because I'm going to tell you what, I'm as confused as you are. I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to do what James Ham did. So I'm going to do it a little bit differently. James Ham on vacation the week of free agent. That's what I'm doing next year. I'm gone.
Oh, you out of here.
Yeah, but me, I'm gone. My phone's staying here. All these text messages, all of these I ain't getting them no more. I'm out. Don't tell me nothing.
What?
I don't want rumors. I don't want it's going this way. It's going this way. This person changed it. I don't want none of that.
Is this? I mean, I know this has been going on for a while with the NBA, but is this the wildest one in recent memory?
So I don't know. And here's why
that's uncalled for. T Green. That's MC Brain stuff. Don't do that.
Here's why I don't know. Last year, we had some friends around the league who shared some stuff with us.
Mm-hmm.
And that, James is a reporter.
Yeah.
We're not reporters. The stuff we find out can help us plan a show. It can help us talk and help us frame things.
We're just connected.
That's just connect the dots. Mm-hmm. That's what we do. And so this is the first year where we're like 3 weeks before free agency, we start getting, hey, whatever. Mm-hmm. And then okay, we'll keep an eye on that. And then 2 weeks out, it's like, oh, texts get a little more frequent. Then a week out, it's like, this person's going here. Nah, man, something happened on Tuesday night. Now they're going here. Free agency starts Friday. Yeah, right. Okay. All right. Here's the thing that there's 2 things today that I'm hung up on. And if anybody can help a brother with an answer, please do. Mm-hmm. The one player that we've discussed for the last month that can sign with Sacramento today is Harrison Barnes. Mm-hmm. We were told 2 weeks ago Harrison and the Kings were close to an extension, and then things went quiet. We were told that a handful of days after, it was probably like 5 days, 4 or 5 days.
Right.
And then, as James reported, they picked up conversations a couple of days ago. Okay. What's taking so long with Harrison?
I have no idea.
Okay. Pause right there. Not the normal pause, just like the actual pause button. Stop right there.
Yeah.
Mark Stein is adamant that the Rockets are signing Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks. Mm-hmm. So much so to say in his newsletter today, he said the league would be surprised if it's not Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks to the Houston Rockets. Mark Stein's not pulling that out of his butt.
Right.
So the offer is like 80 for Fred VanVleet for 2 years. That's 40 per. Dylan Brooks was in the vicinity of 15 to 16. We don't do math on this show. Someone make it work for me.
Right.
Because we had heard rumblings that Kyle Kuzma was going to Houston. 2 days ago, we had heard rumblings that Kyle Kuzma was going to Houston.
I think it was 3 days ago.
It might have been 3 days ago. But
it's way before Twitter got on.
We opened the Kyle Kuzma door during the show and closed it in the same episode.
It's on wax. You can see that. You can see that.
But they can't sign all 3. The money's not there, even for them. To me, two things feel very real to me. Houston, and this goes back to our conversation yesterday and the tweet that follow the money. Houston might be the center of the universe when it comes to NBA free agency. Fred VanVleet may have a domino effect onto what happens. Because if Fred VanVleet signs for that money that's being reported in Houston, that cuts them down a little bit, probably takes them out of any Kyle Kuzma conversations and put them in Dylan Brooks conversations. If Indiana's looking at Max Strus instead of Kyle Kuzma, that opens up 2 doors for Kyle Kuzma. Washington, which is very conceivable because he can keep doing what he was doing last year.
Yep.
And Sacramento. But what happens with Harrison? And what happens with Toronto? Is Toronto hinging what they do with OG Anunoby and Pascal Siakam on whether they get Fred VanVleet back? Because there's no report that said that the Toronto Raptors want to lose Fred VanVleet.
Yeah,
they're interested in signing him.
Yeah.
I don't know financially how that works for Toronto, but it sure sounds like Houston's got a lot of money to offer him. And whether Masai Ujiri is ready to go 280 also, I don't know. Or 2, I should say 2 and 80 also. I don't know.
Mhm.
But it feels like entering tomorrow, we're following the money. Houston and Fred VanVleet.
Mhm.
If that deal goes through, what happens next? What happens with the other guys like Kyle Kuzma who are seeking money? What happens with the Toronto Raptors? Do they seek another point guard? Do they just settle in and say we're going to find a different direction? Or do they make the decision it's time to reboot here a little bit?
Man, everything that you're saying, spot on. I think Toronto has a lot of things going on right now, and it does seem like they're hinging it on Fred VanVleet. I think, and when you look at this from a Kings perspective, the things that we've heard from the people we've heard them from, very reliable. They're more in the know than I am. I'm still going with my gut for whatever reason.
Okay.
I think Kyle Kuzma to Sacramento is just, I still think it's alive. I don't know how likely it is or whatever. I still think it's alive. I still think, to your point, the fact that Harrison hasn't been signed yet. Like there's not it feels like, once again, I'm just outside looking in. There's not a lot to talk about. You guys already negotiated. You weren't far apart, maybe. Then you exhausted some opportunities or some options. Maybe they didn't work. You started talking again. Like this isn't a whole lot to talk about. We're going on 48 hours since that report.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that it hasn't been done yet tells me that Kuzma's still alive.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's obviously
He's still alive.
alive.
He's fine. Yes, he's as reported here first on D-Lo and KC, Kyle Kuzma is in fact alive.
Right. That's just the gut feeling, man. I honestly, I haven't talked to nobody. I'm just kind of looking around at how these things are moving. And I think I think two things. I think
Kenny's still dying, by the way.
I'm getting a little better. I'm coming back.
Okay.
Coming
All right.
back. Just a
Kyle
little bit.
Kuzma's alive, but Kenny Caraway very questionable at this point.
I think Kuzma is still alive.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe not as much as Kyle Kuzma. I think an OG trade is still a possibility. I keep saying
you've got my attention.
They didn't. I just believe
Mm-hmm.
they didn't do all that with that money for no reason. Not to just re-sign Sabonis, not just to bring back Harrison Barnes. They're trying to be players. Will they be able to get something done? I don't know. But they're actively trying to be players and improve this roster based on that decision they made.
I agree. Look, man, we'll see you guys tomorrow at 3. I can't do this again. I can't.
Hey, a lot of people.
By the way,
I was gonna say a lot of people. Almost everybody agreed with James yesterday about whether it be a failure if they didn't, or a disappointment. I should
there
say.
was a lot of
it was almost unanimous.
Yeah.
I disagreed, but
yeah. Okay. I asked a lot of questions here at the beginning of this show, and I don't have a single answer for any of them. But we'll come back. If y'all got answers, share them. We'd love to know. 916-909-1320. We are just getting started. It's going to be a day today. I think Matt just dawned on me. I haven't checked to see if Matt George is joining us. I think Matt George is with us in the final hour of the show. I remember him saying last week, hey, see you guys next week. Looking forward to it. But, Matt's a busy dude. He's got a lot going on. Let me shoot him a text message. Otherwise, we're just going to talk crazy all day long. We appreciate you for being with us. We're just getting started. D-Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. That's real talk. That's real talk. Shout out Jill Ash. She knows what time it is.
What you talking about, Jill? What you mean by that? What you mean by that? So Lucia's got Gator Belts and Patty Melts and Monte Carlos and Eldorados. They when we were going through that beef episode of Corners of the Culture, I stumbled across an article. It was like the top 40 beefs. Look at Harden.
I like that jacket. I can't lie.
That jacket is cool.
I can't lie. Man, what brand was that? That's a little different. Yeah, that's a little
different.
That is
horrible. That's not bad.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
It's the way he walks too.
He does walk a little funny. He's a really big dude. Like, have you ever been like,
yeah,
he's a big dude. Like he is deceitfully. Yeah, he's deceitfully big.
I remember
why is this still a question? That man is not going to Houston. Or at least Houston is operating as if he ain't going there. They're going to pay Fred VanVleet, Dylan Brooks, and James Harden, and Kyle Kuzma? What sort of salary cap is that?
They sometimes when you get up on these NBA guys, I remember I really thought that when I saw Paul George, and down there before the games, watching him warm up, it was like, God damn, what is anybody gonna do with this guy? Like, how you guard him? How you get a shot off over Paul George? But the thing that I always think about is that somebody that's like 6 feet, when I go to like 24 or I'm playing pickup, it's nothing too crazy. Like I'm out there doing work, whatever. I haven't been to 24 in a long time, to be honest with you. But whenever I'm playing pickup, doing work, everybody's about the same size, same height. In the NBA, they all about the same height. So it's not as hard. It's hard for me at 6 feet trying to shoot over 6'8", but 6'5" to 6'8" ain't a big deal.
5 Eastern. So that's good to know. So that'll happen during the show. Cause that's not just Harden. That's Josh Hart. That's anyone, I guess, who hasn't executed their. And from what I understand, you don't actually have to do anything. I guess just tell, because there's no paperwork to be filed.
Just be declined. That would be.
I don't know how you.
That would be the default, I think.
The default is that right. Okay, I got you. Yeah. I think I was reading what
you'd have to do paperwork if you wanted to accept. I think.
Okay.
I don't have no knowledge.
No, I know I read something this morning that said, I think it was about James. It might have been about Josh Hart, that there's no paperwork to be filed. I guess maybe the agent just informs the team and that's kind of it.
T.O.'s agent.
Whoops.
Somebody else did that recently too. Didn't they forget to file the paperwork or something like that? Or they didn't file it right or something?
I do remember that. Was that in the NBA? I feel like that was in the NBA.
Oh my gosh.
Uh-oh.
I'm watching a baseball game.
Oh.
Pirates.
I do with break news and no one would know.
That would be the least broken news of all time.
Unbroken news. Draymond Green keeping Steph Curry and Klay Thompson in the loop. That's adorable.
Actually, Alfonso.
Yo, you want to grab tickets to see the California Classic? Go to the contest page at ESPN1320.com. You can register to win 4 tickets for the 2-day event. That's 4 tickets for each day. Keegan Murray's playing. What's that? What is that?
He don't need to be on that roster.
Why?
He don't need to be playing.
See, he don't need to be. But, yo, this is Sacramento. They're going to get, Keegan Murray going to come play ball for Sacramento.
No, I don't want him playing.
Why?
So, talked about this on Twitter. There's too many tryhards in these summer league, G League. These people are fighting for their careers. They're trying to catch the eye of, the GM or the coach or something like that. So they're just gonna. they're gonna do a little too much every now and then. And I don't need Keegan Murray around that.
Yeah.
Somebody, loose ball, let me dive on it. Dive into Keegan's leg. You know what I mean? Roll his ankle up. Like, no, there's no point. There's no point. And a lot of people on Twitter were like, oh, he can show that he's been working on his handle and his ISO. Like, he can show that any other time. Like, he can go play in those like real runs or whatever with like Rico or something at UCLA, because those are all established NBA guys.
But I think you're looking at this the wrong. I don't think he's trying to get work in. I think Keegan's going out there for Sacramento.
He don't need to.
I disagree.
I
don't think he needs to.
He can stand up and wave and with Keegan Murray, like that's good.
Or he can
I don't need you to run up and down the court.
He can play 5 minutes.
If he's gonna play 5 minutes, what's the point of having him out there?
You get to see Keegan Murray. You get to chance Keegan Murray. You just said it.
Why
do you hate the fans?
Only thing
that's really what this show should be about. Why do you hate Kings fans?
Don't listen to the media.
Why do you hate Kings fans? Why can't Kings fans have a good
4th of July
weekend?
I'm gonna go Devin Booker on you guys. Just walk out. Just not even talk. Because the media, man, they'll twist around everything.
Title of the show, Kenny hates Kings fans.
Keegan, just come wave. Come wave. He really does not need to. Like, if
he doesn't need
I would be
to play.
I would be. I don't even know what to say about it. Just don't play him. Don't play him. He can be on the roster. Don't play him. He has no business being out there. We're expecting this guy to be the 3rd best player on the team, and the team that's trying to contend for a championship. And you're gonna throw him out there with Jaime Jaquez and Jack
really?
Johnson.
Wow.
You're gonna throw him out there with Jack Johnson.
Is that a boxer? What are we?
No, nobody knows who he is. But Jack Johnson gonna try and make a name for himself. Oh, there goes Keegan Murray. Let me chase down block, so I can catch the eye of Mike Dunleavy Jr.
Has that ever happened?
No need for it to start now. Not interested.
Captain Paranoid.
Are we sure Keegan can't get like extra work in summer league where it's beneficial though? Like playing the other side of this conversation?
No.
Like no?
No,
He
can go to like I say, he can go play with Rico, UCLA, and get work in.
What if he said, "Hey, let me get some run during the Classic"?
That's nice. I love your fight, your competitive nature. I love that, Keegan. I'll tell you when Rico's doing this stuff in LA. You can go down there. No need to go to California.
I'm sorry to all Kings fans. I don't know why Kenny is this way. I don't know why he dislikes you. Know that I love you and I appreciate you.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask everybody else a question. What would they be saying if Keegan Murray goes out there and breaks his hand?
Man, that is, bro, stop it. He could break his hand in practice.
Absolutely. It can, but at least that's practice. So would you be okay if Keegan Murray went out in the California Classic or in Vegas and got injured?
I'd have a problem if Keegan Murray went out and got injured because he was playing 30 minutes a night. Yes, I would. If he was out there and he got injured on the second play of the game, it would suck. But it's come on, man.
Like you can't say he has no business being in practice. He has no business being in these summer leagues. Okay. No business.
Well, then in that case, don't do summer league.
There's people that are trying to make the G League and make the team. That's what summer league's for. He's made the team. He's a starter. We know what he can do. He's not a rookie.
Let the man play ball.
Not interested.
Kessler Edwards going to go. Kings picked up his option yesterday.
I like Kessler.
Response to that was a little odd.
What?
There were some people asking, why would you spend $800,000 now?
Come on, man.
Even Hollinger was like, why did they do this? They could have just signed him later for a minimum. Like, Hollinger, calm down.
I think Jill tweeted it yesterday. If you're worried about Kessler Edwards messing you up with a free agent pickup or something like that, we have bigger issues here.
I can't believe anybody was against that or baffled by it.
This Apple Watch can kiss my ass.
They said it's loud again?
Yeah.
Damn.
This Apple Watch can go to hell. I'm taking this thing back. Oh, don't tell me it's too loud in here.
I just ignore it. I'll be in the car.
I'm going to turn it off. That's what I'm going to do.
I'll be in the car. They talking about it's too loud in here. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. Well, it's going to get louder. I ain't even turned it all the way up yet. Kobe Jones going to go. Neemias Queta going to play in Summer League. Jalen Swanson, of course, will play as well. Keon Ellis, we mentioned Kessler Edwards. They'll all be running in the California Classic as coached by Luke Louts, by the way.
Shout out to Jordan Ford, Folsom product, St. Mary's product, G League product, playing on this team. Sacramento kid, man. I'm anxious to see. He actually played really well with the Stockton Kings last year. So, like, I for real got my eye on what he might be. Like, I'm not trying to gas it. He might be in a Delhi situation. He might have that Delhi spot because I like the way he played last year in Stockton.
You mean like you just mean the roster spot?
Mm-hmm. Third
We can't
point
call
guard.
it the Delhi spot though, because the Delhi spot is like that's the old Wiley veteran spot. You just call it the third point guard spot.
Well, Delhi was the third point guard. That's
He was.
It's the only reason why. It's the only reason why.
He's also 40.
Yeah. Well,
Ish.
Jordan Ford is not 40.
He's not 40. Yes, he is in fact not 40.
He played really well in Stockton though, so I want to see that. That's what that's what Summer League is for.
Okay, dude.
To see, okay, what Jordan Ford turning it up a little bit. Let me see what's going on. Now I will say this about Keegan. I hope he doesn't play at all in these games, but maybe, it's a early training camp. Like if he practices and does all that stuff with the team and gets, that's fine. He can do all that. I don't need to see him in any of the games. Not one of them. Okay. I don't need Leon Taylor to be diving for a loose ball.
Is he related to Deion Taylor?
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know, but I know he's fighting for a spot. And I don't need to see him trying to make a name for himself by locking up or blocking the shot of a first team all rookie NBA.
Didn't Josh Giddey play last year?
I think he did. Josh Giddey was a rookie though, wasn't he? Or was this his second year?
No,
it was the second year. It was the second year. He shouldn't have played. And he might have played like
well,
one
he
game.
didn't die. That's all. That's the only point I was trying to make. He didn't die.
Good. I'm glad.
You're gonna be holding your breath the whole California Classic, aren't you?
Whenever Keegan,
every time Keegan on the floor.
Absolutely.
Can he gonna be like that emoji? Like look,
100%.
Looking through his eye, looking through with his hands over his eyes.
If they insist on playing him, just get me through it. I don't care if Keegan misses every shot. Just get through. Just get through it. Jeez.
Wow. Speaking of point guards, you listened to the This League podcast yesterday?
I did. It was really, really good. Shout out to Chris Haynes.
Yeah.
Shout out to Charlene's Beauty Supply. Shout out to Mark Stein. Shout out to Davion Mitchell. I got a chance to listen to that. It was really, really good. Davion
is sneaky, a really great interview.
Oh man.
He had a really good one with Deuce and Mo a year or so ago. Yeah. It was really good. And then, obviously this one was great.
Yeah, it seems like he's one of those guys. He's really low key, really chill, and you kind of got to, get him warmed up to answering the questions. But once he gets going, he's truthful, he's insightful. I enjoyed that interview. I actually learned. I learned a little bit, but it sparked my interest and sparked my brain a little bit with this particular Kings team. And it actually gave me even more confidence in this team moving forward.
Can you elaborate
extremely
a little bit?
Confident that this team, if there's any questions on whether or not this team's going to fall off, if it's a one-hit wonder, there's no doubt in my mind this team is here to stay. And one of the things that I took away from that is this whole roster. We talked about it last year a little bit too. But this whole roster is only about basketball. These dudes are hoopers.
Mm-hmm.
All they want to do is play basketball and get better. Each and every one of them. Each and every one of them. Your best players are that way. And I'm like, we talked about it a number of different times. I don't have no problem with Kyle Kuzma's or anybody like that. You can go out and have a good time and do all this other stuff. I'm not saying that means that you don't work on your game. But all of these guys, I ain't seen not one of them at Tiger. You know what I'm saying? Not one of them. All of them, all they do is play basketball and go home.
Yeah. How often you at Tiger, though?
Not that often.
Okay.
Yeah. I saw some
point made,
I saw
though.
some
Point
Houston
forward.
Rockets in Tiger when I was there one time.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it was, I forgot who it was, but yeah. But that's all they
Kyle
do.
Kuzma?
But it would have been cool. If Cole's come here, Cole's going to Tiger.
Cole's definitely going to Tiger.
But that's all they do. That's all they do is they want to go play basketball and get better, and they go home. And Davion was talking about that too. He's like, man, I'm low key. I go to the gym 3 times a day. And I come home,
That's pretty
get on the
wild,
sticks
too.
a little bit.
Yeah.
That's all I do. I don't really get out. De'Aaron Fox don't get out. Sabonis don't get out. Keegan don't get out.
De'Aaron really don't get out now.
No, right. Like all
he didn't before. He really doesn't now.
Yeah. All these guys do play basketball, try to get better, and go home.
Mm-hmm.
And with that type of mentality, with that type of focus, they ain't got no choice but to, at the very least, stay where they're at, if not improve.
Mm-hmm.
I'm extremely confident. I was never really worried, but after listening to Davion, it's like, yeah, that's all these guys do. It's all they're all about basketball and about their career.
One thing I really appreciate about Davion is he seems to be very, very aware of his game. Like when Chris asked him, I think it was Chris, might have been Mark. I think it was Chris though. Asked him about like what are you focusing on? What do you want to improve on this offseason? And he didn't. Oh, my shots got to be more consistent. Like I can defend however you want me to, but if I can't hit a shot, I'm not going to stay on the floor. Like our game is too predicated on our offense for me to be that sporadic shooting,
Right.
And that's just hyper awareness. You can find guys. And, not to be overly critical of anybody, but you find guys who get asked that same question and, they'll come up with an answer for you, but they'll also justify their bad shooting in that, my minutes were streaky and I couldn't get warm. I couldn't get into a flow. And I got to adjust to what Mike Brown is doing and all those. That's not at all what Davion didn't say anything along those lines. Like, I just got to get back. My shots got to get better.
No.
Yeah. Mike's not going to be able to, coach ain't going to be able to take me off the floor if my shot drops.
No.
And with the way he plays defense, he might be right.
Mm-hmm.
He might be right. And you talk about the superpower that the Sacramento Kings have. Those two mega powers, if you will, align. Davion's defensive ability combined with keeping up with the Kings offense.
Yeah.
That's an element next year where everything else falls into place. The Kings are better.
Yeah.
Regardless of what happens over the course of the next 20 some odd hours, 40, 70 some odd hours, the Kings are going to be better if that's the case.
Yeah.
And that all lies on, the work those guys are doing right now.
Yeah.
And Davion in his workouts and Keegan in California Classic.
Yeah. Well, Keegan practicing for the California Classic. He don't need to get in those games. But he also mentioned something because I think he was asked about, the playing time and everything that was going on. And he had a response. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was along the lines of, we have a better team. We had a better team this year. And I knew with a better team and Fox playing the way he plays, the minutes might not be there, but it's about the team. You know what I mean? It's about the team. And any frustrations that I had were from my performance and like me not making shots or anything like that. He's just a team guy. He's about the team, man. He's all about winning. Davion Mitchell, and this is why I wouldn't want to move on from him. Look, if the deal comes along and you have to do it, I understand. But, man, it has to be a hell of a deal because you can win with a Davion Mitchell in your program. You can be a winner with a guy like that in your program because he's all about the team. He's all about getting better. He's all about competing. And he's going to keep guys honest at all times, man. Because if you're not on par, he's going to come after you.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to make you look bad, whether he's guarding you or whether he's diving on the floor and you're not, or he's getting into a defensive stance and you're not. He's going to make you look bad. These are some of the things that we talked about when Davion was drafted. It's like, look, he's going to work. So it's going to stick out like a sore thumb if Shavano's not in the stands.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because this guy, this is what defense look like. He getting after it. So I just came with that. I already had love for Davion and didn't want him to go anywhere. But that conversation and hearing him speak candidly about different things, even more so. He even talked about and I thought it kind of went to his game and talked about his situation where he talked about Jalen Green. He's like, Jalen Green's like really good. He's in Houston and nothing matters. He can score 30.
Yeah.
But he can go somewhere else where he's winning and maybe score 19. Yeah, he's not scoring as much, but he's playing meaningful games and, he's playing in high level contests. And I think he
brought
was
up
talking about himself, but he's like, that's same thing. Like last year, I got a lot of the year before last, I got a lot of minutes and I was out there to do whatever I want. And I could score it, but everybody knew we weren't doing nothing. We weren't going to the playoffs. We weren't doing anything. Now we were playing for something. Yeah, I have fewer minutes, but I'm playing in higher stakes games. I just thought the insight and the candidness and the awareness, like you talked about.
I think he brought up Kuminga in that situation too. I think he brought up Jonathan Kuminga and the difficulties in playing with Golden State. But yeah, really good stuff from the This League podcast. This League. Check that out from our man Chris Haynes. Mark Stein. Mark Stein made me question life this morning. Get up, first thing I read, Mark Stein Substack talking about league would be surprised if Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks don't wind up in Houston come Friday night. And it's like, okay, I saw your Fred VanVleet numbers at 40 plus per 80 total over 2 years.
Yeah.
We're going about 30 to 35 for total for Dylan.
Oh,
So either Kuzma's going to Washington, or check that, Kuzma's staying in Washington, or the door is open for Sacramento. And all I keep sitting on is there's one player in all of this that Sacramento could sign right now. And they haven't. They can't sign Kyle Kuzma right now. They can't sign Jeremy Grant right now. They can't sign PJ Washington or Cam Johnson. Can't sign none of them dudes right now.
Nope.
Can't sign Dylan Brooks. They can sign Harrison Barnes.
For whatever reason, whether they are trying to look at other options, whether they can't come to an agreement, whatever it is, I don't know what the reason is.
Well, there is another possibility. They have, and our dumbasses just don't know.
No, there's that.
That's a possibility too.
There is that.
That's a possibility too.
Now, to that point, everybody else's information is been out there.
Nas Reed
signing with their team.
Reed was announced.
Big Vooch.
Big Vucevic was announced.
You know, these guys. So
this isn't a restricted free agency thing either. This isn't where, like, the Lakers, by the way, did you see that big board that was on the screen a second ago? They had a list of the big threes. Apparently, the Lakers have a big three now.
Austin is part of the big three?
Oh, yeah. That's where we are.
Lakers.
To cram the Lakers on a top 5 list, you got to put Austin Reeves into a big three.
That's crazy.
Lord.
I like Austin Reeves, man. The Lakers aren't going to be as good as people think they're going to be next year, unless they make like a big time move. If their move is like bring back Austin,
they already exercised Vanderbilt's option.
Like, they're going to be middle of the pack.
I agree.
Yeah. Isn't Schroeder a free agent?
I'm sure Schroeder's not signing anything more than 1 year deals at a time. So probably, yeah. Probably.
Lonnie Walker's a free agent too.
Yeah. But unlike like the Lakers, who have to, Austin Reeves has to be offered. The Lakers can't move forward, and like Austin Reeves is going to get an offer sheet. It's going to be a massive one, I'm sure. The Lakers have to match. There's a process that those restricted free agents have to go through. That's not HB.
No,
that's not the situation
He's
Harrison
right there.
Barnes is in.
He's right there,
and we've got nothing yet.
Yeah.
Again, doesn't mean it's not done. Doesn't mean that there isn't a deal with Harrison Barnes done. Just means it's being kept very, 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 very quiet.
Well, if it was done, the NBA Insider would know.
916-909-1320. If you want to get in on the phone conversation, you can. Do you, if we talked so much yesterday about Harrison, and if Harrison comes back, what's that say? What's that mean? Let's go, regardless of what happens with Harrison. And obviously he is a key piece, but we did an exercise yesterday in the 3:00 hour where we talked about, how close is Harrison to Kyle Kuzma? How close is Harrison to some of these other potential targets for Sacramento. The discrepancy isn't incredible, right? If Kyle Kuzma is better than Harrison, and he very well maybe, he's certainly younger than Harrison too, but it's a little bit. Yeah, he does a few things like better, and like that's fine to say, but there's nothing like I think there's no whoa. There ain't no whoa player out there to compare to Harrison Barnes that the Sacramento Kings have a likely shot at. One thing that I feel like we've learned, Monty I think Monty McNair believes in this roster. And if he can upgrade, even if it's a slight upgrade, he's going to make it. One thing it feels like Monty doesn't feel like he has to do is a Tyrese Sabonis deal. You know what I mean? Like I don't think there's a deal out there that Monty McNair is contemplating, because I don't think there's a deal out there that needs to be made along those lines. Right. And if it's just, which we absolutely would consider Kyle Kuzma an upgrade. But if we're being completely fair to Harrison and taking our emotions out of this, it's a little bit of an upgrade. It's not monumental. So either way, whether it's Harrison or it's the field, I feel like Monty McNair really believes in this roster. I think he believes in a lot of the things that you've talked about over the last couple of days, most recently, what you just said a few minutes ago regarding Davion Mitchell, and what we've talked about all week with Keegan Murray, how regardless of what happens over the course of the next few days, Keegan Murray might be the catalyst to this whole thing hitting another level next year.
And that's the thing, man. You know, Keegan Murray, ideally, I think he would be the guy that you will look at as being the third best player on this team. I think that's how Monty McNair envisions and hopes for this thing. Or like you get somebody, whoever, HB, Kuzma, OG, whatever, where that player and Keegan are 3A and 3B or something like that on this team. And that's where a lot of these questions and these hopes and these concerns, they hinge on that. But I agree with what you said, where I think he believes in this roster. I think he's trying to find other ways, and he's exhausting every opportunity, and he's willing to pull the trigger on a deal. But and the way I say it, I know it sounds a little weird, but if he has to come back and sign Harrison Barnes, he's not looking at it as, oh, I had to come back and sign Harrison Barnes. It's like, okay, they saw what was out there, didn't work. Yep. We're going with Harrison, and we're going to be ready to take this next step. And I agree with that. Now, the way he gets there, like I said yesterday, a little different. I think the others would have to elevate their game a little bit more than expecting Harrison to elevate his game. But I completely understand the school of thought of this is our team and we're good with it.
It sparks a question I want to ask you.
Okay.
When we return.
Okay.
It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. You want to jump in on this conversation, confirmation, an hour into the show. Good job, D'Lo. Matt George will be with us in the final hour of the show. 916-909-1320. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll talk more NBA basketball. Lots of news actually going to be trickling out here through likely over the next hour or so with opt-outs, opt-ins, all of that stuff too. I believe they're all due. Anything remaining today is due by 2 p.m. our time. So we'll be able to keep you updated on all of that stuff in real time as D'Lo McKC returns here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. NBA Insider.
Had the nerve to at Chris Haynes too. Don't be disrespectful.
Once again, that's why your bitch ass was forced out. I don't know why I'm this way. I never said a single word of it. There's just something about that person that really bothers me. Like when you got the nerve to show up here and act like you know better than your audience does, you miss me. That's one of those ego moves where it's like, this, what we do, this shit isn't about you. It's about the audience. It's about the people who consume the product. But some people believe that it's all about them. This is such a ego-driven business. It's why guys like Jason Ross stand out. Like, Jason ain't got no ego. You want me to sit second chair to people I'm better than, and that's what I'll do. That dude ain't got no ego. That's why he stands out.
Shout out Jay Ross, man.
Yes, indeed. You know who I really like that I don't mind admitting, and I hope she's okay. I really like Madonna. Like, I love Madonna. I was listening to something. I was listening to a song that I'd listened to for 30-something years.
Mm-hmm.
Just realized the entire song is about sex.
Isn't that a lot of her songs?
That's basically every song that was made in the 80s. But the song is called Like a Prayer. And I was listening to it a couple, whenever it was, recently. And as I was listening to him, I was like, oh my. Okay, my bad. I didn't know what I was singing along to all this. It's probably this show and the frequent use of pause that it was like, oh man, oh, wait a minute. This is on purpose. This is, she's talking about fucking, okay. All right. She's talking about oral sex the entire show. Cool. Or the entire song.
I'll have to check that out.
Yeah,
I'm not Madonna, and I'm not disrespecting her impact or anything. She's on the same level as the Beatles for me.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not.
Oh,
I'm
not
really.
me.
Not really.
Nah, not me.
Madonna too much.
Yeah, she's one of my favorite
I'm
pop
on
stars.
I'm on an island with that one. I understand her impact and anything. I haven't really heard too much from Madonna that piques my interest.
Well, I'm more like 80s Madonna. Once you get past that, it don't really hit me. But I like 80s Madonna. I love, because
she was at a boxing match not too long ago, like 3 months ago, and she was with somebody. Strange, like, what the hell? What the hell's going on? Who was she with? Damn, there was some black guy.
Madonna not as good as Whitney was. No, I'm not trying to compare the two. I think they're two very, very different artists. Yeah, I'm not going to tear Madonna down. This is talk about my love of Whitney. But point was, I just really like Madonna. That's one of the, as I'm building my vinyl collection, that's one of the originals I had to get. Let me grab this real quick. Oh, Weezy, you got to send me this. I got to see this. Yeah, you got to shoot me this. I got to see this. Oh, bruh. That's fact. Don't forget Pac. Pac in there too. Yeah, Pac in there too.
Damn. Manny,
wild,
I don't know
bro.
why Manny hates Dipset so much. Manny, though, this is my man.
I'm just glad Manny's dissing you for a change instead of me.
Look,
you
man,
must have gotten tired of dissing me.
To understand Dipset and Jim Jones, Manny's a backpack guy. He don't understand that culture. So I understand it. But there's a video that I saw of, I ain't even gonna say the name of Cameron's song, but it's a classic. Cameron, beat plays. He does the thing where the microphone goes out to the crowd.
Oh, gonna have to stick around for the next commercial break to hear the end of that story.
I could just finish it now. Cameron sticks the mic out for the crowd. 8,000 to 10,000 people, word for word. Not a song that was played not one time on the radio. So for guys like Manny who like, Dipset's trash or whatever, look, you wouldn't understand. You're a backpack guy. And backpack is cool too, but there's a whole nother culture and a whole nother genre that rocks with that. If it's not for you, it's not for you, but it's cool. It's cool.
Manny just needs somebody to diss. And I'm just glad for once it was you and not me. I really don't know what team Manny's on, to be honest with you. Like Manny been hitting us hard on social media for like 4 months now. And it's like, Manny's literally, is he hate watching the show? Like, I'm not really sure what it is. Latest episode of Corners of the Culture available over on ksfm.com. I said that right. ksfm.com or wherever you get podcasts from.
And in the end, Dipset movement was crazy. Don't let the verses fool you. Like if you don't understand and you don't understand, that's cool. But I'm telling you, man.
No, they
not you. I'm just saying.
No,
like,
they had
man,
a hell of a run until they got buried at Madison Square Garden.
I mean,
that's going to be their most famous moment.
No. I mean, not if he was outside.
Okay. No. Damn shame what happened to Dipset at the Garden. That's why they're doing sports talk shows now. Did you see the no-hitter yesterday? I know you were probably you did get to see it.
Well, I saw the highlights. I saw that it happened. I didn't watch the.
I got the notice and was like, oh, I'm down. Yeah. Again, we broke kayfabe. I do, especially now with goodness gracious, there's nothing on television to watch.
It's a game tonight, WNBA game.
Oh yeah, I'll watch that.
Is that on TV though?
I don't think it is. Who's playing tonight?
Liberty and Aces.
Oh,
I don't know if it's on TV or not though.
I watched Connecticut. Oh, it doesn't matter. I have League Pass. It was like $20.
Hey, player.
Well, I told you that one, support the WNBA. Two, and that is my bad. I didn't think this through. I ordered it through YouTube. So it all goes to one. I just, this is convenient. And then I did it and I thought, okay.
That has to be on TV.
I was like, that's
like, come on, man. If it's not on TV, they are, like a national game.
I know everyone's talking about the Aces and the Liberty. Mystics playing sneaky well. They scored like 100 and some change yesterday.
Yeah, those are my girls too.
But I was able to catch the 8th and 9th of the perfect game yesterday.
The 24.
Man, that's insane. There are 4 million baseball games played a year.
Yeah.
And baseball's 4 million years old. And there's only been 24 perfect games. That's
crazy.
Amazing.
That's crazy.
Absolutely amazing.
That is, it feels like I remember maybe less than 10. Because when you think about that number 24, it's like I probably haven't seen half of them. Probably less than 10. The ones that come to my mind, obviously yesterday, King Felix had a perfect game. Obviously Matt Cain had a perfect game. Jeez.
Was the one Felix had, did he throw like 140 pitches in that game? Or did he throw a no-hitter where he threw a bunch of pitches?
I can't remember. I really
can't. I like thinking, how do you throw 140 pitches? I remember there was one where he just threw an obscene amount of pitches, but I can't remember if it was a perfect game or a no-hitter.
Threw a no-hitter and he threw like 156.
Oh, man.
He threw like 156 and a no-hitter.
Lord.
The perfect game is crazy though. Like that's
a team accomplishment too. I mean, definitely heavy on the pitcher.
Yeah. Oh, Dallas Braden was a perfect game in Oakland.
Mother's Day.
Yeah. That was a perfect game.
Was it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, to get one of those.
I remember the game, but for some reason I thought it was a no-hitter and not a perfect game.
You get one of those. Like that's something different. I think the guy Armando Galarraga, where the guy got I think that was a perfect game until he got that wrong. Yeah. That was crazy.
Umpire error should not count against the perfect game.
That's tough.
And that man came out crying the next day too.
He felt so bad.
I felt so bad for him. That poor man was shedding real tears.
He felt so
not
bad.
Fake tears like some were shedding last year, but real like tears. He wasn't poking himself in the eye trying to get himself to cry like some people were doing on television last year. Like that man was shedding tears over missing that call.
Yeah, he was shook about that one. But I think that was supposed to be a perfect game as well. Is there a NBA or NFL equivalent to a perfect game? Like This is rare. This is amazing. I don't know
I'm
if there
gonna
is.
go no. I'm gonna go no.
NBA,
Like-
I was thinking about this. I was thinking NBA, maybe like a 60-point game. But one thing that I thought about was you don't like there's a certain level of jubilation that you always get with a perfect game because it's a win.
Mhm.
60-point game, you can lose.
Mhm.
Maybe 70, but you can still lose a 70-point game.
Now, hi, Devin Booker. Devin Booker cheapened the 70-point.
Who got the 70? Dame got 70, right?
Yes.
And Donovan got 70 this year.
Donovan got 70.
I think he got
this year.
71.
Did they both get 71? Or did
might
Dame
have.
just get
They
70?
might have got both
Just 70. Is that all he got? 70.
Step your game up.
Ah.
I'd trade his ass too.
Ah,
He only got
jeez.
70. James says 100% pass complete. No,
Nah, that ain't it.
nobody's even paying
No,
attention.
like, yeah, like how many like guys do like nah, I'm saying no. I don't think there is. Maybe I mean there's a rare I know Peyton did it. I'm sure a handful, but the 6 touchdowns,
6 touchdowns.
six
big.
thrown touchdowns.
Didn't Foles throw 7 against the Raiders?
Nick Foles?
Yeah. I think he threw 7 touchdowns against the Raiders. Jesse, do me a
I
favor,
remember
check on that for
Peyton.
me. I
I
think he threw
remember
7 touchdowns.
Peyton throwing 6, a couple of guys, man, 7. That's wild.
Yeah, Nick Foles of all people throwing 7 too.
Yeah, Nick Foles lit up the Raiders for 7 TDs.
I don't mean to laugh, Raider. I don't. Sorry, Roddy.
Oh.
Sorry, bro.
Oh, I don't. Roddy laughing too. Roddy laughing too.
7 touchdowns. Come on, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess we're talking like there's no. I think the answer is no. There's no equivalent
No.
in any other sport. But if you broaden the question out, like what's the equally as rare accomplishment, and it's probably you're probably starting to venture into the 70 plus points because there aren't very many of those.
Yeah, I wonder how many. Is there less than 20? There's got to be less than 24 of those, right?
70? Oh, I think it's way less.
Yeah,
because I mean it's
probably less than 15.
It's Wilt and Kobe, and then I
David
mean
Robinson.
4. I got 4 off the top of my head, but I'm sure Wilt had a few because you've got Book. Didn't David Robinson do it?
He got 71.
And then Damon Donovan.
Jeez.
Because I don't think Kobe ever got to 70 with the
got to
exception of 81.
62.
And I think Jordan got to 69, I think was his
I
highest.
was about to say. So just 8 players have joined the 70-point club. 34. This isn't even a lot either. 34 have scored 60 or more.
So how many players have gone 70 or more?
8.
So we didn't name all of them. We got Kobe, Wilt,
I
Dame,
got him right here.
Dame, Donovan, Devin, David Robinson.
Oh, you're not gonna get one. Oh, you're
There's-
not gonna get 2.
There's 2 more. Okay, well, who are they then? I'm not going to waste everybody's time.
David Thompson. David Thompson scored at the end of the season. He scored 73, made 28 of his 38 field goals. I think that was the one the scoring title. He
Well, you said David Thompson did it?
Denver Nuggets. Little dude.
Wow.
He scored 53
David Thompson
points.
wasn't a little dude, was he?
Yeah, he was little. He was like 6'2".
Didn't David Thompson win the first dunk contest?
Yeah.
Oh,
he
I
was
got
just so
6'2".
crazy.
So I'm sorry, you said little. I just don't equate 6'2" as to little, but yeah, okay, I got you.
He scored 53 in the first half.
Wow.
Scored 20 in the second half.
What's
and
the
a loss?
Who's the
to
other one?
Pistons.
Is it Elgin?
There
It
you
is?
go.
Okay.
Elgin Baylor scored
All right.
71 against the Knicks in 1960.
So with so what was David Thompson against 73?
73.
So unless I'm missing something, nobody except Kobe and Wilt have scored above 73 points.
That sounds correct. Yep. Let me make sure here.
Because we've got
Yeah.
73, 71.
What? Yeah, 71 for David Robinson. 70.
Was Devin
70
71?
for Devin.
70.
Yep. Jeez.
Andre Drummond is opting into his player option for the 23-24 season. That's 3.36. There's a lot of rumors surrounding Andre Drummond, and I believe it's Dallas.
Mhm.
But clearly there's some sort of trade that needs to be executed if there's any validity to those rumors.
That'd be a good pickup for Dallas. I don't know why Andre Drummond is like kind of without a job. Like he's a serviceable.
I like Andre Drummond.
He's fine.
Yeah.
I don't mean to go this, but this is what I was thinking though. Norm says football comp for the perfect game, 250 rushing yards. And maybe I'll say 275 or whatever, close to the record. But I remember when Adrian Peterson did it, Jamal Lewis did it. There's a couple other guys. Another one for football, possibly. And I don't know how many times this has been done, but the catch a touchdown, run a touchdown, throw a touchdown.
Catch a touchdown, run a
McCaffrey
touchdown.
did it last year. I think LaDainian Tomlinson did it. But that doesn't seem like something that's done often.
James just reported these are just formalities that the Sacramento Kings have issued qualifying offers to Neemias Queta and Keon Ellis.
Oh, good.
Again, just formalities.
Yeah.
916-909-1320. We got Ramsey, right? Ramsey, of course we do. We were talking
Ramsey.
baseball. Ramsey, what's going on, brother? Not too much.
That perfect game last night had me heated.
Were you there?
Hey, no, I wasn't there. It just happened to be against the A's and with a dude that already got suspended for substance on his hand for 10 games. But it doesn't feel good when your favorite team gets a perfect game thrown against
Wait a
them.
minute. You're an A's fan? That's your favorite team?
Yeah, it's one of my three favorite teams. I love
One of my
the
three.
A's.
Come on. Come on, man.
I love the
Ramsey,
A's.
you a
Yeah.
wild dude, man.
Yes, but I do on what you were talking about, rare feats.
Yeah.
On a different note, I was at one of the most rare feats ever.
What's that?
Of course you were.
1994 World Cup. My dad and I went, saw Bulgaria play. Their player Risto Stoichkov scored 5 goals in the game
Damn.
Ramsey,
He was
at
balling.
Stanford.
Ramsey, you got a top 3 in every sport.
No,
He got 7 in football.
no, I
Seven.
only got 3 in football, 3 in baseball. That's it.
Stop. You got more than 3 in football. What about basketball?
3.
Basketball, what
Just the
you
Kings.
got? Just the Kings?
Just the
Okay.
Kings.
There you
That's
go.
all right. I ride with you. I
Some
ride
integrity in
with your
basketball.
Arizona State, though. I ride with your Arizona State.
Shout out.
Um,
Forks up.
916-909-1320. Ryan, what's going on, brother? I'm still hung up. That man said that's one of my 3 favorite teams. I can't get over that.
We just lost Ryan.
Ryan.
Ryan, come on, big dog.
That's cold, man.
Come on back, man. Come on back, man.
That was hurtful.
Yeah.
That was hurtful. You probably, Ramsey probably stole his team. That's probably what it is.
Yeah. Well,
Not too much.
Ramsey, his 2 favorite football teams are probably the Raiders, the Falcons, and whoever the Niners are playing against.
Facts. That's major facts. Don't nobody care about the San Francisco football team right now, especially June 29th. Ugh.
I was talking to the other Rich, Big Rich.
Mhm.
We were having a conversation because they're saying Brock Purdy's on schedule.
Yeah, I saw that. Good for you.
It's good. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
good.
good for you.
I didn't think he'd be ready for week 1. I'm still not convinced, but yeah, okay.
I said I had a question for you before the break,
Mhm.
and I almost forgot. Thankfully, I wrote it down. You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live in visual form as well on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Shout out to those listeners on the TuneIn app as well. Ryan's back. Excellent.
All right, let's go.
916-909-1320. Ryan, what's going on, brother?
What's going on, fellas? How you doing?
Good, man. How you doing?
Good. So I think for the perfect game thing for football, I feel like I've seen 2. They're both in college, though. Joe Burrow with that national championship game. He had like 6 touchdowns in the first half, something crazy. And Reggie Bush went off for like 500 yards against Fresno State.
That Fresno State game is an
incredible.
all-timer.
Yeah, that Fresno State game is incredible.
Because sneaky, Fresno State almost got him. Fresno State tied the game up in like the 4th quarter. And this one, USC was the Don Dadas.
Yeah.
And they were going up against Fresno State. And the other subplot to that is they would never schedule Fresno State because Fresno State got all them LA boys that come from there,
Mm-hmm.
and they've never scheduled them. They finally scheduled them, and I remember I wasn't living in LA. I was in college, and we had a game in LA, and that city was buzzing. There were so many people from Fresno that came to that game. They almost got him, and then Reggie ran to the sidelines, stopped on a dime, crossed the field, and it was over. It was over. That's an iconic play.
That's still the greatest college football player I think I've ever seen.
I think he is the greatest college. I mean, I didn't see Bo.
Mm.
I didn't see Bo.
Mm-hmm.
But Reggie's crazy.
Did they not tell Damian Woody he was going to be on TV today? Damian Woody's on television right now. Like he just woke up from a nap. Like they absolutely bothered him to come do this radio hit.
Let me see him.
Like how they
stop talking, Diana. Let me see him.
Like they wait till you see my man here. Like I'll set my. I mean he got a great. I mean he's not lined up. I guess when your company's just laying people off like crazy, you just get to like full stages of. I don't give a F anymore.
Gotta stop talking so I can see.
And I'm fearful that our brother Damian Woody has hit the stage of I just do not care anymore. That man didn't line up his beard, didn't line up his hair, didn't put any concealer on. I don't think he got a light on him. It's just rough for my man Damian Woody.
Oh no.
Come on, brother. You can't do that. Look at Diana knew she had TV today.
Great. She looks great.
Now that's probably a whole other topic of conversation.
Oh,
a young lady can't go on TV the way Damian Woody looks right now.
No.
Oh, they'd be destroyed on social media. They'd be pulled into meetings.
Mm-hmm. Damn shame. By the way,
you know,
Ace's Liberty is on Prime Video.
All right. You know what we won't get to today, so I'll just mention it real quick. I think like half the NFL was suspended today. There's like 5 guys suspended. Again, how many people have been suspended for gambling already?
A lot.
It's got to be close to double digits, right?
21 Savage. A lot.
Man, goodness gracious.
Come
now,
on,
with the that's
chilling.
not okay, bro.
He's just
like,
chilling.
It's like he got the notice already. Like, we're not renewing your contract. Like, all right, how many hits I got left? Cool, bro. Cool. I got you.
Oh man,
I got you. I was gonna ask you a question before the break because we were talking about this Kings roster. We were talking about what if it's what if it's Harrison? What if it's not? If it's Kyle Kuzma, if it's whoever, like how much of an upgrade is it actually?
Mm-hmm.
And you probably hate OG more than anyone else who listens to this show. So I'll ask you, is OG a clear upgrade over Harrison Barnes?
Yeah, he's an upgrade. Yeah.
I didn't expect you to say that.
Yeah, he's an upgrade. I mean, how much of an upgrade? That could be debatable, but I think he's a better player than Harrison Barnes right now.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't expect you to say that, so I'll just move on to something else.
Okay.
No. I'm kidding. No. We are not faking an argument here. I honestly didn't think you were going to say that he was. And I do. You know who else's name has been quiet and texting about this earlier? Jeremy Grant's name.
Mm.
And we talk about Fred VanVleet and the Houston Rockets, and it is because again, a lot like Harrison, if Portland's all in on Jeremy Grant's all in on Portland, you could do that. Do that now.
Yep.
Ain't nothing to it.
Yep. They have.
How much of that falls on Dame Lillard?
A lot,
which is insane. But how much of what the Blazers do with Jeremy Grant, or maybe on the flip side, what Jeremy Grant does with the Blazers, hinges on conversations about Dame Lillard. Because if I'm Jeremy Grant, am I looking around like Dame leaving, and all of a sudden I sign a contract here? All of a sudden I'm just the guy they're going to move, and I've got no control over anything. If I sign this deal and they decide in a year, you know what, we're going to go in a different direction. And suddenly Jeremy Grant, who's 29, stop me if you heard this before, Kings fans, doesn't fit the timeline. Now he's older than Shaden. He's older than Scoop. He's older than the guys on that roster that they're really, really building around. And it's, hey, man, thank you for coming. God bless and good night.
Yeah.
We've got to get you sent off to somewhere else.
Yeah, I think a lot of it hinges on what's going on with Dame Lillard on both sides, like what Blazers want to do and what Jeremy Grant, how he feels about it.
I was thinking about it from the Portland side. Now I can't stop thinking about it from the Jeremy Grant side. I don't know that I do it.
Now, if I'm Jeremy Grant
Unless you don't
and
have a market.
they're Portland's offering me $80 more million.
Oh yeah, you can trade me later.
We'll figure that out down the road.
Yeah, I'll live. I'm gonna be able to feed my kids.
Right.
Thanks, Latrell.
Right. Hey, from Jake Fisher.
Oh boy.
The Lakers are waiving Mo Bamba, according to league sources.
Well, what's the difference between Mo Bamba and Victor Wembanyama?
Y'all
nothing.
Outside.
Bull, Mo Bamba, and Vic.
Outside. Lakers reporter for The Athletic, Jovan Bua.
Okay, let's go with that.
Bamba was just working out the facility wearing Lakers gear a few minutes ago.
Damn. It's Rob Pelinka walked in. Bro, what the hell are you doing here? Poor Mo Bamba looking around like, what you mean? Oh.
Jeannie walked in there and saw Mo and was like, Rob, you didn't tell him? You didn't. We talked about this 2 days ago. You didn't tell him yet? Go do it now.
Part of me wonders if that's what happened a couple of days ago when we were talking about the Kings and Harrison hadn't talked. I just envisioned someone in the front office like, you ain't called Harrison? Is he right? Are they right? You haven't called Harrison? Oh, man, let's call HB here real quick. HB! What's up, buddy? How's Britt? How the kids? You good?
My man.
My brother. Joel said, Rob was like, your car still works? Bro, Rob Proctor, you ain't check your email? That's cold. Nothing will ever be worse than seeing that, brother. I can't remember who it was.
Adams, wasn't it?
No. I'm talking about
No.
I'm talking about the Shump trade. When Amon Shumpert was traded, he was traded to it was the Rockets. And one of the guys he was traded for, I think he wasn't coming to Sacramento, he was going somewhere else. We watched him he was on the court working out with headphones on. No one else was out there except him and his shooting coach.
Yeah.
We watched this dude get pulled aside and told, hey, you're getting traded. And you could see him go, for real? And he was like, okay. And he put his headphones on and he dribbled a couple of times, took a shot, and then walked over to his shooting coach. And I don't know we were kind of like a little past the half court line. I think he said, I got traded, and he dapped up his coach and just walked to the back.
That's crazy.
I felt terrible.
That's
like,
crazy.
I was like, that's because I don't remember who it was, but he wasn't a dude. You know what I mean? And that, like, that's tough. That's tough. Yeah. We'll come back. I'm gonna be honest. We're just gonna continue to talk crazy. See what the Clippers did yesterday. The Clippers saved $110 million and really didn't save $110 million.
Oh man.
We'll explain.
Joe Lacob, this is your future.
Used to it, pal. We'll come back. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh, my God.
Oh, hey. Goodbye. How many big announcements can you make? When you just keep saying, I'm going to make a big announcement over and over again, and none of them are big announcements. Next time, say, I'm making an announcement you're not going to care about.
You can make one last announcement. That's what you can do. You can make one more.
Yo, I got healthy protein donuts today. They probably don't taste as good as Kenny's do, but they're a little healthier. Shout out Purple Carrot for these. This is good stuff.
If they made the money work somehow or whatever, would you rather have Barnes and Bruce Brown or Kyle Kuzma?
The second.
Yeah, I think so too. Bruce Brown to meet with the Mavs. He's gonna have suitors
He's not going back to Denver, I don't think.
because of that money.
Yeah. Saying you can get like 12.4 or whatever around there, but they can only offer him about 7, a little bit more.
No, Mark, they're not dry. But they have, like, you know how protein sometimes just has a taste to it. They have a taste. They say keep refrigerated. Obviously, I haven't refrigerated them because they're behind me. I can tell you this is the second time I've had them. They're a lot better coming out of the refrigerator. Huge announcement to all 4 of you listening. And trust me, every time I see those 4 people watching or listening, I get agitated. Well, that's true. That's true. Someone says I'll take Kuzma and Brown all day, but I don't think that was an option. It was,
Yeah, it was Barnes and
Harrison.
Brown.
It was Harrison and Brown or Kyle Kuzma. Yeah, I think you're right. I am not Ham. I think he's flirting with the full mid-level or something just above it, depending on what team he talks to. Hey, I'll say this on the air. I'm gonna repeat myself. I'll give Dallas credit. They wind up getting Kyrie. Like they're further along, I think, than they've ever been in an off season.
Yeah. Well.
That's funny,
Dallas
Tyler.
Don't worry me.
Huge announcement. I finally figured it out.
Jeez.
Perfect rejoinder, given the mood we've been in all day. I say we. It's me.
I tell you, I was just about to have some bravado. And I was like, nah, I'm gonna be cool.
No need to pick on the little guys, man.
Then they came in there talking that talk. Stop it.
I think there's a difference between talking that talk and talking stupid.
Well,
I think some of them are talking stupid.
I don't have to worry about that too much longer.
Nope. Nope. As you'll soon find out. Go to the contest page on ESPN1320.com and register to win 4 tickets to the 2-day California Classic beginning on Monday at the Golden One Center. That's 4 tickets to both days. You can see Keegan Murray play. Go on.
I ain't gonna say nothing.
All right.
I ain't gonna say nothing.
ESPN1320.com. Register to win right now.
Hey, can I give a quick shout out to my man Coach Fields over at Monterey Trails?
Mm-hmm.
They had the summer league last night. They have 4 weeks of the high school summer league. They had some big time teams there. Grant was there, Rio Americano, Elk Grove, Franklin, Sheldon, Folsom. Shout out to Mike Wall over at Folsom. He's a big listener of the show. He used to coach me over at CRC, but now he's legendary Folsom coach. I talked to him, and he's like, man, I listen to you guys every day. Love you guys when you guys talk. Love when Ham comes on. So big fan of the show, man. A lot of people out there showing love, man. So last night, unfortunately, was the last night of the summer league. But yeah, shout out to my man Coach Fields. He's over there doing work at Monterey Trail.
We really do appreciate people who stop us and tell us they listen to the show.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, we've got this tremendous interaction with the Chatty House here on Twitch and YouTube, but I see Jesse and Kenny. And sometimes you forget, no, it's a radio show, bro. Like there are people listening to this all over the place. So 1, thank you for listening.
Mm-hmm.
2, if you ever see us out and you're so inclined to let us know you enjoy the show, man, that stuff goes a really, really long way for us, man. We really do appreciate it. Or if you see our bosses, just let them know. Though I don't know how you would know that they are our bosses. Specifically, maybe if you see our salespeople, if you ever see one of our salespeople out on the road, hey, let's get to work.
Yeah.
Come on, man. No, we love them. Clippers waived Eric Gordon yesterday, saved $110 million on their tax bill.
Wow.
Woo.
That was a no-brainer.
Kind of.
Like,
yeah, kind of was.
Eric Gordon around for
yeah, kind of was.
$110 million.
Good luck in your future endeavors, buddy. But that is steep. I feel like Russ winds back up there.
I think so
A
too.
very, very minimum deal, whatever. I mean, I don't think he can sign for anything more than the minimum, but I think he's signing for a really low contract there in LA. I can't. I've tried to find a place for him to where he can make some more money, lead the team, do all of that.
Yeah.
Nothing makes more sense than Los Angeles, even at a smaller dollar figure.
I agree. I think that's the move for everybody involved in that situation.
Shout out to Ryan Jennings. Hey, dumbass, the Summer League contest ended at noon. Damn it.
It's Thursday.
Hey,
Don't worry, I'm the idiot who put it in the sports updates too.
hey, hey, that's my bad. I distinctly remember the email saying the contest ends Thursday at noon.
Yeah.
It's in fact what 1:20.
See, now to your defense,
See, this is why we're
we
very
forgot what day it was.
well. That's true. Just thank God it's not still Monday. And this is why we love you so much, because you guys essentially kind of
They run the show.
program direct this radio station. Like,
You guys
hey,
can put this on your resume.
you could, in facts, all those in the chatty house who interact the way that they do on a day-to-day basis, put it on your resume. Not at the top. Put it under a special skill. Programmed D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320. More news from the Lakers. This from Dave McMenamin. Lakers will waive Mo Bamba and not pick up the team option on Malik Beasley. Lakers plan to stay in contact with both players' representatives throughout free agency, or could find different deal structures for Bamba and or Beasley to return to Los Angeles. Expect much more of these tweets and types of announcements over the course of the next 40 minutes, as I think all of the opt-ins and opt-outs are due by 2 o'clock our time. Including James Harden, who, believe it or not, despite all this talk, hasn't informed Philadelphia what he's doing yet. I think what I was reading last night was James Harden wants a quick resolution. Like if James Harden essentially wants to opt out of the year and then it be announced that he's signing a lengthier contract with Philadelphia, or he wants it to be assured that he's signing a lengthy contract with Philadelphia. Any talk of Houston seems to be dead, and that makes me wonder, did it ever actually exist?
So
was he just using, because this started a year ago.
Yeah.
Was this just a leverage ploy?
It could have been. It sounds like it was. The thing with Harden is to make sure if he opts out, say he opted out, hypothetically, say he opted out on Wednesday, he couldn't sign a new deal until the league started, correct? It's not the same as Harrison and all those other guys, right? Because it was an opt-out, not he was at the end of his contract. He decided to be a free agent. So they'd have to wait.
It's a good question. Yeah, I guess they'd have to wait to announce it. Yeah. Right. Because I mean, they're
legally.
I don't know why we dance around this. Like, I don't know what I honest to God don't know what you're allowed to do and what you're allowed not what you're not supposed to do. Yeah. Because all of the Draymond Green stuff, Draymond Green opted out of a $27 million contract, but all of the stuff is that him and the Warriors are progressing towards a deal, which means they're talking.
Right.
So either you're allowed to or you're not. I don't. Dear NBA, I understand you want rules in place. This is dumb. Just let it be a free for all. Doesn't hurt anybody. Let's just, and then we just get a flurry of tweets at 3 o'clock tomorrow. That's all it is.
That's all it is. And if it's from the Kings, they'll definitely be on the up and up.
Oh, of course, because Sacramento, that's how they do things the right way.
Yeah.
Hashtag character matters. Still living in the Vlade Divac time, man. Character matters.
Shut up, Vlade. Wonder if Vlade's going to be at any of the games this year.
Of course he will.
And he should get a nice little. Are we done with Vlade now? Like, as far as like treating him like a pariah?
But Vlade doesn't get treated like a pariah.
People talk crazy about Vlade.
Oh, no. The talk is deserved. You can talk crazy about it. He doesn't get booed, though. Does he? He didn't get booed this year.
I don't think he got cheered.
He didn't get booed.
Can he get cheered again?
Well,
Now, can
well,
we forget
wait a
about the
minute.
GM and get back to the player?
Maybe.
Come on, man.
But part of the thing about getting
standing
cheered,
ovation for
well,
Vlade.
no.
We're getting away from the GM. We're getting back to the player.
No. The reason he can't get that is because he's always here.
Good.
Some of those guys go away, and it's like, hey, Jay Will is here.
Well, Vlade worked here. That's
No,
why he was always here.
But like Vlade lived, like he's always here.
Page will get a standing O. Brad Miller gets a standing ovation.
Well, that's because Brad's a little. Brad probably high. Like Brad's throwing like, he's throwing the bouncy basketballs out to people. He's throwing T-shirts. Like Brad's just a regular dude. Brad probably got a dead deer in the back of his truck in the Golden One Center parking lot, in the parking garage. Like he's just a different dude. But I think the reason Vlade doesn't get the same reaction is because I feel like we see Vlade 5 to 10 times a year.
Yeah.
That's all. I don't think anyone has any venom left for Vlade.
I sure hope
Well,
not.
some do.
Yeah, and y'all need to let it go. It's done now. We've made it. It's time to move on.
I imagine Vlade will be at Stanford quite a bit too.
Oh yeah,
We need to make a trip.
we do.
We need to make a trip.
But we know. You know what? We need to go see Stanford versus USC.
Oh yeah, we got to go see that.
That one right there.
It'd be me, you, Drake, you, and LeBron.
Facts.
That's how.
Savannah.
just and Savannah, of course.
Yeah, Savannah.
Hanging out at in Tara Vanderveer watching. She ain't even the coach there no more. I don't think. Is Tara still the coach?
I thought she was.
No, Tara's still the coach.
Yeah. I'm about to say.
I'm
what
thinking
happened?
of my girl at Notre Dame who retired.
Oh yeah,
Muffet.
Muffin. Yeah.
Muffet, not
I
Muffin.
call her Muffin. My bad.
It is one of the great sports names though. Muffet. I think it's Muffet McGraw.
I always be calling her Muffin,
That's all right.
and I know her name, and I still call her Muffin.
Hey, we're like 26 hours away. Can I ask a question? I know I keep doing this.
Mhm.
I'm not asking as it relates to Sacramento. I'm just asking
It's okay.
because the offer was tendered yesterday. Again, these offers, just a formality.
Mm-hmm.
What's happening with Miles Bridges?
Oh,
I feel like there might be a market for Miles Bridges,
Mm.
and no one wants anyone to know that they're in the market for Miles Bridges.
Mm.
Now, Miles has been suspended. He's going to miss the first 10 games of the season.
I like that 10. Yeah, 10.
'Cause it
I
was
was gonna say 11, but it might be 10.
Okay.
It don't matter.
He's
It's
going to miss a chunk of games at the beginning of the season. And you're starting to see his name a little bit out there, probably because of the qualifying tender issued by Charlotte. But I wonder, a year ago, this dude was a max player.
Mm.
He was on the verge of a max contract extension.
Mm-hmm.
What is he now?
And it kind of feels like he's like a league minimum guy.
Wow.
Like
Really?
how are you gonna give him X amount of dollars a year? Like $15 million a year, $10 million. Like, no. And I'm not saying that's not what his worth on the NBA market is. I'm just saying like how it should be like, hey, it feels like you bring him in, hey, we're giving you a second chance. Money. Don't you take whatever money you get.
Mm-hmm.
We're giving you a second chance here.
Did you want to weigh in?
I think at that point, if you're giving the minimum, just don't sign them. Like I feel like
Well,
that's just
well-
more like I get what Kenny's saying, but I don't think teams are gonna do that though.
I don't think so either. But there was a report this morning that Cleveland is looking into the Miles Bridges situation.
Giving him the league minimum comes off to me like hey, we know he's bad, but he's still gonna play basketball. But hey, we're giving him the league minimum. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I completely get it. And I couldn't disagree with Kenny more. I don't think that happens. I think to your point, Jesse, he's more likely to not be in the league than that happening.
I can understand that for sure.
I'm curious where this Cleveland thing goes. Of course, you can draw, the Brian Windhurst has got to be really, really, really careful because he's flirting with turning himself into a caricature.
Uh-oh.
when he did because he was talking about Cleveland the other day.
Yeah.
And he said, Cleveland, they got some outlandish plans for I got to be careful. I don't want to get aggregated. He says that all of the time. I don't want to get aggregated. But then he says stuff that he knows is going to get cut and put into a social media post.
Yeah.
And he's done it twice with Cleveland and their plans for Friday. And then, of course, you get the report today with the qualifying offer going to Miles Bridges that Cleveland might be interested in Miles Bridges. And now you're trying to go back to Windhurst's line. Is that what Windhurst was talking about? Is Miles Bridges the outlandish look that Cleveland is taking here? But again, I just wanted to ask. He was a max player a year ago, committed a horrible act, and he served what was essentially a year suspension.
Right.
He'll serve 10 games at the beginning of this year. And I don't know. I'll be interested. I'll be interested to see how this plays out.
That's a hell of a question. Because I really don't know.
I hate
what happens with that, because I agree with Jesse as well. Like, if you're gonna try to tiptoe around it like that, then just don't sign him. I couldn't sign him if I was a general manager.
You couldn't.
I couldn't do it. That's a conversation that I'm not willing to have with my fan base, press conference, with the media. I'm not willing to do it. And I'm not trying to act holier than thou, because there are people who've done other things that maybe I would give a second chance to. But I'm just looking at this specific situation. I just couldn't do it. I think about like the Kings, for instance, right? Like, I got too much goodwill going on to even chance it.
I think he's back in Charlotte this year. I think they have the intention of bringing him back. Otherwise, you're not going to give him the qualifying offer. Like, if you're just to hell with Miles Bridges, then you're just not going to match, and you just let him go.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Yeah, John Paul's bringing up Deshaun Watson. Those are, I don't know. I want to. I hate that you've got to tiptoe so much around these things. I don't know how to use anyone other than Sacramento as an example. So just play along with me for a second. If the Kings were to sign Miles Bridges, and Miles Bridges is playing in Sacramento, and he plays well, does that stuff start to wear off? Does winning cure all in this situation? I'm not saying it's forgiven, it's forgot. I'm not saying anything like that. But I'm saying if you get a certain response on game 1 for Miles Bridges of the season, and the Kings are hyper successful, they're back in the 3 spot, 2 spot, 1 spot, wherever you want them to be, is that the same reaction he's getting from this fan base in game 82?
I think with Bridges, there'd also have to be some I don't mean to even say it like this, but it just like some PR work done as well.
No, absolutely.
You can't just play well.
You need Olivia Pope.
Yeah.
You need the Michael Vick.
You have to get in front of the people. You have to, accept responsibility and just look to be a better person outwardly. Like, be in this community and engage yourself in this community for that. I don't know if he's averaging 16 points a game and they're winning and he's not saying a word. I don't know if that's good enough. It could be.
I agree. No. I agree.
But
there has to be. Everyone knows how I feel about dogs. The Michael Vick PR team was probably one of the greatest ever. They put him on the path of, you can throw for 5,000 yards and rush for 2,000. That isn't going to be enough. There's a lot more that you're going to have to do. There are many people who to this day do not care. And I completely understand every single one of you. I think the same would be true for Miles Bridges. I think Michael Vick turned a lot of people along the way, particularly the fan bases for the people that he played for. Michael Vick wound up getting a TV gig after all of that. They was trying to get Michael Vick to talk to Kaepernick one time. That's where I started to draw the line on. I'm like, wait a second. Hold on a second. No, we're not doing that. But I feel like Miles Bridges is about to encounter something similar.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
The NFL brushes this stuff under the rug. UFC damn near invites this stuff to happen.
The damn owner.
The
damn
talk about it.
Or commissioner,
whatever he is. That's not what the NBA is about. He's got a lot of work ahead of him. I'm curious if people's perceptions on him today are different than at the end of the season.
Well,
and all right, I'm gonna end it there because I have other questions. I don't know that I can answer them. I'm not comfortable asking them, but
I chuckled a little bit because we just got an email that the contest ended.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Thanks, Megan. No, I know. She's probably like, why are there 300 people on the website right now? What is going on? Hey, I'll read the email to you because and I love Megan. She's absolutely
she's the best.
She's the absolute best at what she does. Good afternoon. This is a reminder that the California Classic online giveaway has ended, in all caps.
It would have been funnier if she started, "Hey idiots."
That would have been way better. Because I'm sure in her head, she's like, hey, dumbasses. Please stop telling people to go to ESPN1320.com to register for a contest that's not happening.
Read an article while you're there.
Yeah.
Click on Will Z's latest article about Kyle Kuzma. There's 2 articles from Will Z on ESPN1320.com that you can check out. One on Kyle Kuzma, one on Harrison Barnes. Go check those out. Let's talk to Maddie right now. 916-909-1320. Maddie, appreciate you, man. What's going on? Oh, no.
What's up, the big homies? How we feeling?
We good, man. What's going on with you, bro?
Man, just got back into the States, actually. Spent about a month out in Italy.
Look at you.
Nice.
You got that Kenny Caraway lifestyle.
Come on now.
I'm going to tell you something, man. I feel like I'm decent. I'm all right, right? I feel like I'm all right. I felt like Rick Mother and Flair over there, bro. I mean, those women, bro. Those women.
I was winning. Hey, man, I ain't mad at you. That boy was winning out there.
Yeah, I'm going to stop there in case, anyone recognize my voice. So,
Oh, no.
We got to get Maddie off the air for his own good right now.
Maddie said, I was hot in these streets. I was hot in these streets.
Maddie, you got anything else, or do you want us to protect you for your own good at this point?
I'll just say that.
Welcome back.
Yeah. About Harrison Barnes, I just wanted to chime in real quick on that. I think he was super important for the squad last season. I think the Kings didn't have a lot of, players that had any sort of playoff experience, and I think he did a lot for this team. I think as this team is growing, though, it's time for them to grow and to become better at that position. And I want a dog, man. Don't y'all want a dog? And I feel like Harrison doesn't have a lot of dog in him. With all due respect, like I just feel like he's not that kind of player.
I understand what he's saying.
Okay. Does Sacramento have a dog?
I think Malik's a dog.
Mm-hmm.
I think Davion's a dog.
Mm-hmm.
I think De'Aaron has shown that he's a dog.
Mm-hmm. How many dogs do you need?
Team full of dogs.
Them joints might start fighting with each other at some point.
Team full of dogs would be great.
Word?
I think
you need a makeup of people.
I think you do, but
that was a wild call. We're just gonna gloss over how wild that call was and talk about Harrison Barnes.
Said he was winning. Said he was winning out
I
there,
felt
man.
Like Ric Flair out there.
He said the streets is on fire. I ain't mad at Maddie, man. Do your thing, big dog. Well, I mean, I hope he's single, but
I'm getting the impression he may not have been.
When he said that, I slid him down for his own good. I was like, we might need to drop him.
Oh, my man was living. That's what y'all are the best.
But
y'all are the absolute best.
Miami got a bunch of dogs.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
take a team full of them. Now,
They run by
you
a
don't
dog.
want no wild dogs.
Mm-hmm.
That's when things get wild. But yeah, you get a team full of dogs. You're good. I don't think that's their issue, so to speak. Like when people are like, oh, and that's what Maddie said, but they need Draymond. They need that type of dog. Like, I don't look at the Kings as being soft. Like, they don't need no Draymond. They definitely don't need the fake hustle of a Draymond Green. You know what I mean? They don't need all that. They need somebody that's actually, about going out there and getting it done. The Kings play the Lakers in the playoffs. Draymond's just gonna be trying to high-five LeBron the whole game.
Draymond ain't bothering nobody. You trashed him 3 times in the last minute.
All he gonna do if they play the Lakers in the playoffs is try and hurry up and get to his dap with LeBron.
Bro, what is happening right now? Ain't nobody talking about Draymond Green.
Because that's what they said. That's what was one of the arguments, that Kings need a tough guy, an enforcer like Draymond. That's what they said when the rumors was coming out earlier this week.
Aren't the Kings kind of past the dog conversation, though?
They
I mean,
are.
yeah, because you got Malik there. Trey Lyles had Brook Lopez in the chokeslam hold. Like, I think they're past that. I do think they need to upgrade at that position, though. But I think they're past.
Yeah, don't let on that. And let's not gloss over that. Trey Lyles will whoop your ass.
Yeah.
Trey Lyles will go Undertaker like 95 on you.
That's a great point. They're past that, and I think they're past looking at somebody like Harrison to be this locker room leader.
I
think Fox and Sabonis have grown up. I think Malik Monk is grown up, and you got a guy like Davion. So, like when people say you can't lose Harrison because of that, I think they're past that too.
You can't have too many leaders. I mean, you can't have too many dogs, but can you have too many leaders?
No, I mean, as long as everybody. How do I put this? You want leaders. You want people that are willing to be led as well, though. Like, you need leaders that are willing to be led. Leaders that, yeah, I'm a leader, but I look around the room and I understand the situation, and I can let this guy, lead, because maybe it's more important for the cohesion or whatever the case may be. So just having an understanding, being a leader and having an understanding of the room. And I also think, like, you can bring Harrison back and that can be part of his role. But my whole thing is that's not why you would bring him back. If you want to bring him back, you want to bring him back because he's good on the basketball floor. And that's first and foremost, that's the reason why you're bringing him back, because of basketball reasons, not because of locker room reasons.
I got you.
If you're bringing him back because of that, I'm cool with it.
I'm
cool with it.
Okay. I'm with that. We'll come back. We've got, you brought up the Warriors. Did you see Mark Spears' tweet about Chris Paul? It's June 29th.
No, I guess
I got you.
I heard Mark Spears talk, but I don't know if it's the same as his tweet.
Yeah, I'm not sure, because I know he tweeted this. It wasn't a quote from him, but maybe he said it elsewhere. We'll talk about that. We'll also talk to Matt George in the final hour of the show. Time is ticking. Free agency is getting closer. Who will the Sacramento Kings sign? We'll continue to speculate and know absolutely nothing. As D-Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino, resumes here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'm gonna grab my juice. Sorry, Megan.
Whatever. Don't let it happen again.
Yep.
I think I may have to start moving up the time of the 13th round. Times have shifted.
Damon's been taking his breaks early.
No. 13th round may now be at 143, ladies and gentlemen. Moving forward. 13th round and kicking it with KC.
It is funny, though, how the Tim Zoo stuff does numbers.
It's crazy.
Like, that's real.
It's crazy. Did you see they kind of got that fight locked in?
With him and Charlo?
DBC out here cooking.
Yeah.
Cooking.
They got it on lock right now.
This is one of the great years in my history of boxing.
This is like, because I got into boxing like early 2000s when I was a kid, when all those big fights were happening and stuff. It feels like almost it's getting back to that. Because Floyd carried it. Floyd and Pacquiao carried it till I guess Floyd retired.
And they would have decent events and fights, but this is next level. Oh, there you go, Nikki D. Nikki here early. Mm-hmm. Call in, Manny. Call in. Manny's non-understanding of what Dipset has meant to hip hop culture is insane. Absolutely insane. Like, it's really crazy. Like you claim to be a hip hop guy, but you completely ignore the movement that was Dipset. That's kind of insane. Like, let's see, who do I not like, but I gotta recognize? I don't know. There was somebody I didn't like. Yeah, I'm not a fan of their music, but these dudes, they had a moment. They had a moment that they're part of the history. Manny not understanding that is crazy to me.
Jesse, your boy's useless, bro.
Oh no!
Oh man!
Oh, no.
Oh man! Goodness gracious! Sean Cunningham's got some. I think he's got a video of Keegan. Yeah. I love Nikki, man. She good people. Where's
I got to get her out in Sacramento a little bit more, man. I can imagine moving from LA to Sacramento and then just like being on my own.
It's a 4-minute video. He on the James Ham video clips.
It's good times with 98 Rock now. Never forget the beef.
True story. You know what the best part about it is? Aaron didn't like him either. Wow! All of this for nothing. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I think we've got action here. Oh, could this be true? Okay. So James Harden is opting in to his $35.6 million deal for next season in order for the 10-time All-Star and the 76ers to work together on a trade out of Philadelphia.
Yo.
What did I tell you?
Look, I'm gonna tell you right now. Just because we don't tweet it out, don't think that we don't know. We ain't even gotta say nothing. When it happens, just know. Just because we don't tweet it out, don't mean that we don't know. That's crazy. If this happens, this is a bombshell. If this happens, it's a bombshell.
I'm texting it to one person and one person only, so that person knows that we have it. Text it to one person and one person only. The only reason we're being vague here is because we were asked to.
Yes.
When I got
look,
first of all, bruh, James Harden is trash. Y'all got to stop messing with James Harden. Jesse doesn't even know.
Oh yeah, that's
Jesse
right.
doesn't even know.
Bro, come on, man.
Jesse, I got
you.
This
is a bombshell if it goes down. Like I said, look, we ain't necessarily got to be first. We got to be. We you guys know you come to us for us. But if this goes down, I'm telling you, it's a bombshell, man. I'm telling you, it's a bomb. And when I heard it, when it was told to us, I was like, nah, that sounds crazy.
And
watch. Things are in motion right now. I'm like, yo, for real? This really gonna go down?
Please let this happen.
Yo, and it's for one. It's got to be for one of the two.
It's got to one of the two. Who's the other one?
There's two guys over there that.
Oh! I got you. Yeah.
And that's going to be another seismic shift.
Just hey, follow the money. Who has money to pull the? Oh man. Y'all are tempting me to say it. Y'all are tempted. I got Will Z texting me. I got Deuce texting me. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Wow.
So James Harden is opting in with the idea Philadelphia is going to trade him. They're attempting to trade him. We've got to look. I'm going to look at some. Let's look at some rosters. Let's just pick some random rosters and see what these teams are making.
Dumdy doody dumdy dumdy.
So, okay. So I got to be honest. I feel like Brian Windhurst. I'm thinking about some things that have gone on for the last couple hours and thought, why would they do that? Maybe, bro, you might be wrong in your assessment that it's one of the two.
Wow. So I ain't even gonna ask them because I ain't gonna get it, but okay. I'm trying to think of who else is there like that though. Who raking in the dough like that?
Okay. I got to check in with my people because now that it's out there, I got to be able to say something. Hold on. Just talk amongst yourselves.
Yo, so I do want to talk about James Harden opting in and looking for a trade. Yo, I said that Draymond Green is the finesse god. Nah, bro. It's gotta be James Harden. It's gotta be James Harden is the finesse god.
Boy, Lord have mercy. This man, yo, can I ask y'all something? Why? Why do y'all keep messing with this dude? Why would someone trade for James Harden? Can anybody in this room or listening to this show provide me with an answer? Why would anyone trade for him?
I'm a bit of a Harden defender and apologist a little bit, but I was out after this last year. I was like, it's never going to happen.
Yeah, the most I got is as a good regular season player. That's the most I can give.
It's never going to happen.
If this happens,
okay. Ian Begley, he's a reporter covering the Knicks, Nets, and the NBA for SNY TV. He just tweeted out, the Clippers are among teams with interest in trading for James Harden.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. I don't think it has to be for just Paul George or Kawhi Leonard.
So who'd you see?
I mean, there's contracts here. Norm Powell. Yeah. They got contracts here. That's 18 mil. They got a way to do it without giving up either one of those guys.
Oh, man.
The Clippers are trying to trade for James Harden.
And let me tell y'all right now, we've been hurt this.
The Clippers are
that's why you see the reaction that we have. We've been hurt this.
Yo, this is so for those that were watching, if you go back to the very beginning of the show, I turned the mics off and told Kenny something. This is what I told him. Clippers, what are you doing? Don't do this. Don't do this.
Oh, my gosh.
What are you doing?
I want to say maybe it'll be different because you got Kawhi on PG to like hold it if they're not, whatever, if that doesn't happen.
Oh, Woj, you're so cute. Woj is so cute. Woj tweeted, the Clippers and Knicks are expected to be among the teams that will engage with the Sixers on potential James Harden trade talks.
Bro.
Woj, you're adorable.
To your point, they've got Norm Powell. They got Norm Powell making 18 mil. They got another he's making more than that. 17 million in an expiring in Marcus Morris. 11 million in expiring for Nicholas Batum.
But the Knicks got draft capital.
I don't think.
And dear New York, call your people. Don't do it. Don't.
Harden.
Would Philly be looking for draft capital though?
I don't know what they'd be looking for.
I don't think they would.
If you hired,
I think they're looking to get off the money.
Well, they're not. I don't think they're doing. I think they're looking
Well,
to
it's expiring either
not
way.
lose him. I think they're
Yeah,
looking
it's
to not
expiring
lose
either
him
way.
for nothing.
Yeah. Either way, it's expiring too. Nicholas Batum.
Hold on, man. No. We're not glossing over this. This dude used Houston for an entire year. We're not glossing over this. This dude played Houston for an entire year. And then all of a sudden, we're hearing Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks and Kyle Kuzma. This was it. It was me, Austin. It was me all along. This was phony. Yo, your boy Harden is the phoniest player in the entire league. And if the Knicks trade for him,
he ain't my boy.
They're making a huge mistake. If the Los Angeles Clippers trade for him, they're making a huge mistake. Trading for James Harden is a massive, massive mistake.
So, okay, let me talk from the Clippers side for just a second. And there's other ways that you can do it, I understand. But if you put Norman Powell in that deal and get off the next 3 years for him for an expiring of James Harden, is it worth it?
Say it again.
Norman Powell's got 3 years left on his deal, 18, 19, 20 million for the 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
If you include him in the deal, if you're the Clippers, and get James Harden in the expiring.
No. What's Norman Powell say? I'm sorry, we're trading for James Harden because he's an expiring contract now?
Well, no. Well, I mean, I think you're looking at it as, and I'm just devil's advocate.
Well, you are the devil at this point. No.
Didn't he lead the league in assists this past year?
It doesn't matter though.
But if you have Kawhi, and Paul George,
I'm not
you're right,
giving you
it doesn't
that.
matter because he can get the hell out the way.
What you
like
got
he does
over
every
there?
playoff.
What do you got over there today? You got Snickers, you got M&Ms, because James Harden is the equivalent of what you got over there to snack on.
I actually had trail mix today.
He's
very
empty.
healthy.
He's empty calories.
And the thing is,
I
was thinking too, like
his
maybe
stats mean nothing.
I was thinking maybe PG and Kawhi can hide him in the playoffs. He's the third option, but
nope.
Are they going to be healthy?
No,
they never are.
That's why you can never trust the Clippers. That's why you can never. I tried that already. I already tried trusting the Clippers. I've got burned on it a couple years. Can't trust those guys.
Unbelievable. Knicks, don't do this.
Yeah, the Knicks.
Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do that.
It's a bombshell. We told you guys. They got out. They got out. So
to be fair,
to
be fair, we didn't.
Well, no,
we kept that one.
No, we told you if it comes out, it's a bombshell.
Yeah.
We didn't know if it was going to come out that way.
All I can say is there's two people. Sorry, Will. I just didn't get to you quick. Sorry, Will. Will, it's the Clippers. Hit the thumbs up while you're here. I fired that text off to two people. So for those two people, we beat Woj.
Woj is way late.
Whoa.
He and Begley had it before Woj.
Woj's been kind of falling off. But
Hashtag NBA Insider.
He did get Shams at
Where
the
he
draft,
at?
though.
Where he at?
We'll get that tweet tomorrow.
Man. Don't. Why do people keep falling for this dude? It can't be just me.
Maybe he's got friends in the league.
Am I just a hater?
No, you're not.
You could call me a hater. Am I just a hater?
He sucks. James Harden is hot garbage in the playoffs, but maybe he's just got friends in the league.
That's the thing. Now here's the thing about this though. He's not getting a new deal. He's opting in. You say, hey, I'll take a year of James Harden, see what he can do in the regular season. Then I got the horses in the playoffs to be able to withstand his disappearing act. Maybe that's the case. I don't know.
More formalities. Pelicans are declining forward Herb Jones' $1.8 million team option, which clears the way for Jones to become a restricted free agent. And those two can work towards a long-term deal. Don't imagine Herb Jones is going anywhere.
Right.
I love a good trade. I just hate that the league keeps falling for this guy. This dude has quit everywhere he's been. Everywhere. And you got the clip. Look, I like the Clippers, and I like Paul, and I hope Russell Westbrook lands back there. The whole deal. I like that team. I have for years. There's no pathway to success with him on your team. There's no history of this dude being successful when it matters the most. This window of this Clippers team is closing. Some would argue it's shut. I don't think that it is, but it's closing. You're getting a smidge bit of Delta breeze right there through that window. But this thing is running out. You know, Kawhi is eligible for an extension in July.
I didn't know that. I think it's Kawhi's birthday today too, by the way.
I don't know how he feels about this potential birthday present. Paul George is eligible for an extension in September. You think either one of them get it?
No, neither one of them get it.
That's what I mean. This thing is closing. Now, and if your last gasp is to go get James Harden, oh man, you as good as dead.
Now here once again though,
as good as dead.
Once again, I will say this: I don't disagree with what you're saying, but if you're relying on James Harden, if you're relying on him, no, you can't do that. If you're just saying, give me regular season Harden, he can fade to black in the playoffs like he normally does. I got Kawhi and Paul George. I'm not. You got a shot. You got a shot. The reason why Harden fails and his teams fail in the playoffs is because he's looked at as being the first or second best player on the team. That's when you're going to fail. If you're looking at him as the third option, maybe fourth in the perfect situation, now you can cook. That's what OKC did. He was the third option. They went to the NBA Finals. Brooklyn was a game 7 away from moving on because James Harden, well, he ended up having to be the second option, but they were cooking when he was the third, when it was KD and Kyrie. They couldn't be stopped in the playoffs. As soon as he had to go to the second option, that's when things got rocky.
So Harden's just going to be there to pass the ball then?
Pretty much. That's what he does. He passed the ball to PJ Tucker. At least pass it to Kawhi Leonard now. he passing the ball to Yang. At least pass it to Paul George.
I'm kind of stuck on like PG and Kawhi. Like they're going to need the ball too. Like that stuff works in Philly because you can just run it through James Harden the whole time. Like you're going to have to let, Kawhi and Paul George cook. So what's Harden going to do like when they're doing that? He's going to stand
on the perimeter. He's going to stand on the perimeter. That's all he's going to do.
Kyrie and Harden got beef?
Yeah, I think so. I think that was one of the reasons why Harden went out of Brooklyn. If not the reason.
Could Dallas have changed course? Could Dallas insert themselves into this conversation? Go Luka and James. Oh, God. Oh, I just said that out loud. They go Luka and James.
Spider-Man meme.
Oh, man. Okay. Josh Hart opted in. Interesting. They couldn't get a deal done. What was the 12.9? Wow. You can still sign an extension after opting in, right? You would make
I think so.
12.9 this year. It certainly felt like these two were getting closer to. I mean, when Josh Hart and the Knicks agreed to extend the deadline a little bit, you thought, okay, that's kind of a formality at this point. They're getting something. Maybe I guess they just couldn't get there.
Okay, settle down.
Okay,
I'm not reading everything I hear now. I don't care how many followers you have. I don't care how your resume looks. I'm not reading everything.
Who are we talking about?
Matter of fact, I'm gonna send it to you, and I'm gonna let you make the decision.
Okay.
And if we even say this.
Okay.
I think I know who you're talking about. No. About the one that said the Kings?
Yeah.
Evan Massey is not tapped in.
Okay.
Who?
Exactly.
What with James?
No, there's this guy that's like a halfway insider or whatever that'll like tweet stuff. Like sources say he said that the Kings could be on Harden.
Like, come on, bro.
Oh, stop it.
Like, come on.
No.
Now, like, I was like,
that is not a Monty. James Harden is not a Monty McNair type. No.
Friends don't let friends share. Evan Massey.
I will not forgive Monty McNair if that was even if Monty McNair even thought about it for 2 seconds. I hope he apologizes to this fan base.
I almost wanted to say this to hear what he had to say.
Y'all ain't funny, man. Y'all ain't funny.
Stop, man. The reason why it caught my eyes is like, yo, you really just throwing anything out there, bro.
Yeah, that's what.
Well, you know what it
is.
You're
not connected.
You know what it is? It's people use. Oh, they got money. This is it. This is why they traded Rashawn.
You're
Stop
not
it.
Connected to this. No, bro. Stop.
People just be out here saying stuff.
Stop. You might as well say that the Kings are interested in DeAndre Ayton.
There's this fool went as far as to say the Sacramento Kings are one of the teams interested in acquiring James Harden. Sir, if you don't stop. If you don't stop. No, they're not. They're not.
Oh,
and I will never forgive Monty McNair. If he even if
you ain't even
Monty
about that.
Wes, if you're even thinking about this,
you ain't even got to worry about
no, I won't forgive you. And I'm sure that devastates you. I'm sure that hurts you.
I promise you, they ain't not even thinking. You ain't even got to worry about that.
Ain't no way. Someone said, dude, are your sources ever accurate? Oh, man. Someone said, biggest cap I've ever seen. So apparently, this dude is known for being full of crap. Translation: the Sacramento Kings are most definitely not in the running for James Harden.
He sent that tweet out with the quickness too after the Harden news broke.
But what people do is they see the money and they form their own conclusion. The Sacramento Kings have the cap space available. They must be interested in acquiring one of the most useless players in the history of this league.
Anything.
Now, admittedly, he's one of the great shooting guards we've seen. But when it comes,
not that no more.
When it comes to winning, dude is not it. To go back to Kevin Durant on his Spaces appearance, y'all be evaluating players and not y'all be evaluating teams and whether the team is good and team success. James Harden's teams have failed because of James Harden. That's where the equation comes from. I don't think a Kevin Durant team has ever failed because of Kevin Durant. I think a James Harden team has failed because of James Harden. I don't know what it is. I don't know why.
The only thing
I think I dislike this dude more than Aaron Rodgers.
Now that's just,
he ain't never said nothing to me.
That's too far.
I don't know why I'm this way with
Aaron
him.
Rodgers is a jackass. I don't know if James Harden is a jackass.
You're probably this is my Draymond Green. James Harden is my Draymond Green. I don't know why. I cannot stand this person. And it infuriates. Knicks, Clippers, don't do it, man. Don't do it. Give me Worldwide West's number. Don't do it. I'm starting to think Scott Perry quit. Scott Perry said, I'm sorry, you're thinking what? Oh, I'm out of here. I ain't doing this. I cannot believe this. Hit the thumbs up if you're watching. Subscribe. Do all of that good stuff.
I
changed my mind. I am not taking off this week next year. This is too much fun.
I will say this though. Once again, if he's your third player, that if you're the Clippers, what's your other options? What's your other options? You gotta make a move. You gotta do something.
That okay, but that ain't it.
That him as
That
the
ain't
third,
it.
him as the third option, isn't it? Him as the third option. If you were trading one of the big two
That ain't it.
for him, like I'd question it.
That ain't it.
What would you do?
You can't. I don't know, but
There's nothing else to
I
do.
wouldn't do that.
To get rid of two players that you don't even play, basically.
I wouldn't. I don't know, but they just marched it in front of us. I don't know if you guys can see that giant banner for those that are watching. Sorry, I completely. I'm so sorry. I was watching something out of our window. That looks fantastic.
It does.
It'd look better if it had the D'Lo and Casey logo on it, but I get you're not doing that. The Clippers need to win a title. That's all that. This isn't about the Clippers growing. This isn't about you have to win a championship. Your move is to go acquire the guy who fails at the highest level. No, man.
When it's on him.
No.
This won't be on him.
No. I'm not doing it.
If Paul George and Kawhi weren't so injury prone, I'd be on KC's side too, I think. I hate it too, but the Clippers are missing a point guard.
Well, the hell with both of you, because I ain't doing it. And there's nothing either one of you could say to convince me to change my mind.
I don't think it's going to work either.
I'm not
They're going to
doing
be
it.
hurt come playoff time. I don't
Do
think it's going to work.
something else. Literally do anything else except for this.
Yeah, you should have traded for Malcolm Brogdon, jerks.
Goodness gracious.
Damn. Yeah, James is cooked. He's not that dude no more. He is cooked. Crazy enough, though, he did lead the league in assists last year.
Yeah, what'd that get him?
Well, the playoffs came around. That's what happened. And I don't think, and I guess this is what I'm saying. You're not making this move for the playoffs. You're making this move so you can be good while you load manage Kawhi and Paul George through the regular season so they can take over in the playoffs. I'm not saying I would do it, but if somebody's explaining it to me, I think that's the logic.
I feel like that's bad business, though. Like Harden makes a lot of money. You're just like he's not for the he is for the playoffs. I think he is to help them get over the hump. I think.
But the the key is the money. The money's being spent anyway, and it's being spent on Norman Powell. It's being spent on Marcus Morris, and you're not giving them new money. It'd be crazy if it was a sign and extend. Like that'd be crazy. If you're just getting them for this year and you're just swapping out the money that's being made. Now, part of me believes, I don't think Harden would agree to any of this unless he has another contract coming. So that's where it gets dangerous. I think wherever he goes, there's a wink deal that, after this gets done.
You better have something in your eye.
That's a crazy movie. I don't know if I ever told you that story. It's a crazy movie.
What movie?
Nah, we'll talk about it on the break.
What else we'll talk about? Where'd that tweet? Where'd that message go from my man Jacob? Where's Jacob? Jacob says D'Lo has amnesia. Harden almost beat the Warriors in the playoffs, but CP3 got hurt like he always does. I'll tell you what, Jacob. I'll tell you what, brother. I want you to go back to that game, and I want you to tell me what James Harden did in that game. And we'll examine that during the commercial break. I'm going to give you time. I'm going to give you time right now. As a matter of fact, I'll give you the commercial break to do it. And we'll come back. I'll remind you what happened in that game. You can talk about Chris Paul getting hurt all you want to. I understand. Chris Paul definitely gets hurt in the playoffs. It sucks. Hate that for Chris Paul. But I want you to tell me what James Harden did in that game. And I will break those points down for you. Because when I say that man is as useless as a Snickers bar, that's exactly what I'm talking about. We're coming back. Lord have mercy. It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader. D'Lo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino on ESPN 1320.
Harden can be extended, by the way. He's gonna, no matter what, he'll be a free agent after this season.
Well, yeah, it'd be, but
Were you talking about like once he becomes a free agent, wink, wink? Yeah,
I got you. We got 3 years, whatever million on the table. So D-Mac probably seen that movie too.
What movie?
I don't even know the name of it. It's like today it would be like called a Tubi type movie, but it was out way before Tubi. My aunts were watching it. I don't know how this came on, but basically it was a BET-ish movie, like it was a black movie or whatever, but it was like a black drama movie. And all the guys in there, or a lot of the guys, I want to say all of them, were down low brothers. And the way they gauged if that's what the other guy was willing to do is they were like, hey man, you got something in your eye. And if he was down, he knew what time it was. If he wasn't, he was like, I don't know what you're talking about, nothing. But that's how they gauged it. Like, hey, you got something in your eye. And they were like, oh, I do? No, I know. I'm not even lying to you. Not even lying to you. I think this was the dialogue. I don't remember because it's been like 15 years since I've seen the movie. But this is crazy. You go, I think you got something in your eye. Let me blow it out.
Can we end this conversation?
That was the movie. I was scarred for life. I said, yo, nobody better ever tell me, yo, you got something. I'll figure it out. I just can't see. I just can't see. Don't ever tell me I got anything in my eye. I just can't see. Can't see. Don't worry about me. I'll get through it. I'll figure it out.
That looks dope.
Is that new? Was that on the tent? That's new.
No, that's new. Oh, that's new. We could put that right here.
Nice.
I wonder if we could get one that stretches across this.
Nice.
That dude really said the Kings were in on James Harden.
I said, come on,
This
man.
dude
I
out
saw
here-
that. I said, come on, man.
This dude out here tweeting
I
about
knew-
the Bucks.
I knew he saw it.
Your boy out here tweeting about the Bucks. Bro, the fuck is going
Hey, bro,
on
you're
here?
trying too hard right now, man.
Did this last week.
You're trying
Take
too hard, bro.
the
You're trying
L.
too hard,
I'll
man.
I'm tempted to go to your boy's account and break his news too. I'm so agitated, those motherfuckers. You got an announcement. Here's your announcement, bitch. I got your announcement right here.
Mick Foley's gonna win the championship tonight on Raw. Mick Foley.
Huh. Huh. That'll put butts in the seats. Yeah, right. Oh my
man.
God, man. Jesse's beam. You ever been over there where that building's at? Ooh. Ooh. They scared to death. They scared to look. They shook. Because ain't no such things as halfway crooks. Man, what a day. I cannot believe we're talking about James Harden and the Clippers and Knicks right now. Matt George joins us an hour from now.
I wonder what Matt George got to think about all this. What
The
he got to say.
Sacramento Kings are, sir, sit down.
Oh, Massey. I think Massey was saying something crazy last offseason too.
Good for Philly though.
I mean, is it? I mean, I guess.
I don't think
I guess they're not winning either.
They're not winning, but-
Embiid's asking for a trade in 12 months.
They're not winning, but I think you have a better chance of doing something without Harden.
You got Maxey. Whatever you get back in the trade. Last year, Tobias Harris. Well, they're clearing the books, but they got to give some of that money to Maxey. I don't know what Philly's doing. Philly's cooked.
This dude said per source. I'm sure this person is a fine human being, but he needs the he got game throat punch right now.
Lisa, can you hear? Lisa?
Bruh. Just terrible. Just terrible.
Oh man. I don't know why. I know why. You explained it why. You're right. But like just throwing anything out there. Do you not care about your credibility at all?
Well, see, that's it. I don't know, man. I pride myself and I think we just don't take ourselves too seriously.
Nah.
We try to have fun. This is fun. Don't go out there and make stuff up. Don't just say anything.
Yeah. It's literally, it's not even that serious, bro.
You
It's
might have
another one.
here's the thing. You can have a sort, get a second one, fam.
Thank you.
Get a second
Thank you.
one.
That's what somebody responsible will do. Like, okay, I'm hearing this. All right, well, let me check with somebody else here and see if I can even say that this is a possibility.
See, but the thing is, too, does NBA Twitter encourage that nonsense now, though?
Probably.
Because I feel like we see that a lot more. Like that, like even if you're wrong, it's just if you act like you're tapped in, then people are gonna follow you. You're gonna get the followers and whatever.
I mean, look, his traction for that tweet is probably
No, it's not good. He's basically being called a liar.
you don't care as long as you call me something.
Well, that might be true. He's essentially. I still love the one that just says LOL. No, they're not. Then the Ron Burgundy gift. I don't believe you. He's got a Roman Reigns one here.
What did Roman?
Roman said. Oh, that was our man Rob Dub that hit him with that. Right on, Rob Dub. I can't report that the Kings aren't interested in James Harden. I just think my brother might be a little bit off here.
Come on, Evan. Do better. Do better.
Listen, he put
Nothing about Monty McNair says James Harden. Absolutely nothing. I don't care that he was in Houston. I don't care nothing about that.
No.
There ain't no way. That's Daryl Morey's issue. What were you saying, Jesse?
I was gonna say he put out an article too, 6 teams who could be interested in James Harden. Let me see what he's got to say about the Kings.
Yeah, please do that.
Oh, I'd
Do
love,
that.
I'd love to hear what that says. Damn.
You think Fred VanVleet's going to Houston?
I do.
You think Toronto is waiting? Like, we're 24 hours away.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they know, right? They got to know, don't they?
I would think so.
I mean, maybe, and maybe that's too simplistic. Maybe Fred VanVleet really doesn't know where he's playing basketball next year. Maybe he really is sitting on this. He hasn't played anywhere except Toronto, right?
All right. Yep.
It's probably not an easy decision. I don't know what Toronto's offering him. If they're offering, I assume they're offering him something. I assume they want him back. They didn't trade him at the deadline, which tells me they want him back.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That's a tough one. You know what we haven't talked about at all? What's D'Angelo Russell doing? I'm sure we haven't talked about him because there's no, we can't tie him here. But where's he going?
I kind of feel like I don't want to say a second week guy because it may happen in the first couple of days, but when some of the dust settles, then he's going to be looking for, deals, and people are going to be looking for him. Dr. David just tweeted the clip of Jake Shuttlesworth.
Phoenix isn't extending a qualifying offer to Darius Bazley.
Yeah, James Ham always talks about him. I like Darius Bazley.
That's
too.
what brought my attention to it. Was James tweeted about it? I was like, "Oh, James loves him some Darius Bazley." Oh, that's the one right there.
Yeah. I'd love to have Darius Bazley in Sacramento. I'm intrigued by him as well. I was looking at the Kings this morning when the roster was announced, and they were like talking about the guys that were going to be on the summer league roster, and some of the names I knew, and they made sense to me. Like, talk about Jordan Ford, and you see the rookies, Kobe Jones. Don't know why Keegan Murray's on there again or whatever. Are you familiar with this guy Jake Steffens? I don't even know how to say his name.
I'm not.
I think it's Steffens. I could be wrong. 6'11", 7'10" wingspan, 22 points a game out of Chattanooga.
Damn.
And he's like a stretch 5.
Okay.
And I was like, because I watched him. I watched a couple other guys like Dane Goodwin or whatever. Like, I was just kind of real quick. I didn't do a deep dive on Jake Stevens. all these guys, I took, a couple minutes to look at their highlights, just to see what they look like. This guy Stevens, I was like, bro, 7 foot, stretch five. Like, why wouldn't he be able to make threes like this in the NBA? Ironically, like, it felt like all the highlights I watched was him just hitting threes. It's not even like, I don't even know if he was ever in the low post.
The
I don't know.
low post.
I'm not sure if he's going to make the team at all or anything, but that seemed like
Two-way?
when you maybe, but it just stood out to me because that's the type of guy that we're always talking about matchup with Sabonis, a stretch 4 or 5. And I was just kind of surprised, like when I saw his numbers.
Undrafted free agent? Is that what he is?
Out of Chattanooga. SoCon. He played against Slauson, I think. I think they were in the same conference.
Oh, okay.
SoCon.
Interesting.
So I don't know. I'm interested to see him. I'm going to tell you right now. I'd rather see him play than Keegan Murray.
Man, why do you hate fun?
Why do you hate fun to watch Jake play?
Why do you hate fun? Well, Keegan Murray playing in the California Classic is fun.
No, that would be stressful.
Well, told you, just do the peek through the hands gimmick. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. We'll get you through it. Keegan will be fine. You're gonna go out there, get a little run, get the crowd real hyped to see him. Do something crazy like hit 4 straight threes, and then I'll see you guys later.
Let me tell you, man. I'm just stressed out. I don't want to see. I don't want to see him play.
He'll be fine.
What if James Harden played in the summer league?
I'm sure he'd be great. Ain't no pressure in the summer league. My man thrives when there's no pressure.
James will lose in the championship game of the summer league.
Oh, that would be glorious. Oh, that would be just tremendous. What's the difference between the Drew League and Summer League?
I think it's the players kind of protect the pros and protect each other. Summer League, like I said, the Summer League, they're really like, this is my livelihood. So if there's a ball on the floor, I don't care who's around me, I'm diving so coach, GM can see I get after it. They're not doing that in the Drew League. Then somebody chase down, ain't no chase down blocks like that. Like, unless you know you can get it, it's not the extra effort, super guy. They don't even really, Drew League, they don't play no defense, really. There's a lot of one-on-one stuff, but they don't really play no defense. Summer League, they're really getting after it. And I say that about these guys. I don't blame them. This is their opportunity to keep their dream alive. So they're gonna do whatever they have to do to make a name for themselves. That's how they should be playing. But it can get dangerous with certain people.
I just wonder, Summer League getting so big, if we ever see a point where, you got Victor and Scoot, but well, there's no one else on the Spurs. So like LaMelo plays, just that first night. Or I said Scoot, not Scoot, Brandon Miller. But like LaMelo plays that first night. Or
Who was
something
their
like that.
pick last year? I can't remember. Maybe they didn't have one.
Charlotte?
Oh, it was no, that was 2 years ago. It was Book Night. It was 2 years ago. I don't know who their pick was last year.
Who?
Charlotte.
Oh.
Book Night might play.
He might.
Who? I think there's another. I saw another second-year guy was playing on some team. I wish I would have remembered it. But Keegan's not the only one.
Jeremy Sohan, the Spurs are bringing him to Summer League too, but he's not playing.
Maybe that's the name I saw. Maybe that's the name I saw. Davion didn't play his second year.
Okay. Well, Keegan is, so you're going to have to get Keegan is going to play.
Leezy, good job.
I
man.
guarantee.
It was Kai Jones. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. All right. Man. So I think the window for like opt-ins, I think it's closed now. Like I think it had to be 2 o'clock our time.
Yeah.
So everything we know now is done. How long has this? I wonder how long this James Harden thing has been in play, because I didn't notice until I looked up at the TV. It wasn't yesterday, so the day before. whatever day that was here at
Mhm.
this point, that said,
Mhm.
James still hasn't opted out of his deal. It's like,
Mhm.
oh, that's weird. And then reading, I think it was Mark Stein this morning, writing about how James wanted a quick resolution to, when he opts out. So even if he opted out today, announced the signing tomorrow, whatever the case may be, he didn't want it to opt out and things linger. Now we find out he wants to go to somewhere else, be it the Clippers or the Knicks.
I don't
Okay.
I don't think that I
Sink your own ship, y'all.
I don't think this changes anything though. I think we're gonna find out 3:15 tomorrow. He's been traded.
Yeah, I
I
would.
don't think this change. He made his decision. He wants a fast resolution. We can't hear it now because it'd be illegal. But I
Why?
think
A trade can happen, can it?
I get you're right. You're right. It can't happen. You're right.
A trade can happen.
You're
I mean,
right.
it wouldn't be final until July
At 6th or something.
whatever.
Like that, yeah.
But what are we talking about? Bradley Beal just gave a press conference.
He did.
I don't know the
I
rules.
still don't think that deal is final. I think he gave a press conference though.
Oh, well, I don't even know if the Rashawn Holmes deal is final.
I
don't think that deal can be final till the first day of the league year.
Yeah.
Rashawn Holmes is still, in fact, the Sacramento King, I think.
Yeah.
I don't
know, man. What?
These days and dates and all of that stuff can get confusing. And opt-outs, the opt-out date, it's not the same across the board. Like when Fred VanVleet opted out of his deal, he did it like the day before it was due, which was like a month ago or a month and some change ago. Today's the final day you could do it with the legal tampering period getting underway tomorrow at 3:00. But I do think you're right about the Harden trade, because if you're Philly, LA, or New York, you want to know what you're working with. Maybe the approach for those two teams is this is all we're doing, but I don't think that's the case. I think it's, hey, we've got to execute this. I also don't think this broke today. This James didn't wake up this morning. Yo, you know what? I got an idea. Let me call Daryl. Get this worked out. This has probably been in the works for a while. So what we see over the course of the next, say 12 hours, it could be 2 hours, it could be 20 minutes. But I think you're right. We see something done soon. So those three teams know what they're working with, because whoever doesn't get a deal done has to take a different approach.
Yeah.
I don't know how I'm rooting for this to end.
I think it's going to be the Clippers.
I think it is too.
I mean, that's crazy that James Harden going to be on the Clippers.
And you can do it without Kawhi and Paul.
No,
so
every report I've seen, that's not even an option.
Yeah,
they're
you can
talking
do
about,
it.
like you mentioned, Norman Powell, Marcus Morris, Nick Batum is still available there too.
It's easy to make the money work. You're not scraping contracts together to make this work. It's easy to make it work. I don't know did you look at New York? What was New York? Did we go over what New York has to offer? We know that they have picks, we didn't, and that's part of the reason why I think it's nobody's talking about what the Knicks have to offer. Everybody, Chris Haynes, the Scoop Bees, everybody, the Clippers. Well, okay, I can play along with what else we just learned. Josh Hart got $12 million. You can move. That's got to help.
True. Josh Hart, RJ Barrett.
Evan Fournier is like 19 million on that contract too.
Yeah, and he doesn't
there it is.
Oh,
Josh Hart and Evan Fournier. But Philly's not. But the weird thing, like Philly's not like waving in the towel.
Right.
Like they're still attempting to compete for a championship. So you've got to. I think the LA deal makes. I think the LA deal works for the the 76ers.
Yeah, the only other one I'm thinking of right now, and be honest with you, on an expiring for James Harden, all this other stuff, I think RJ Barrett, Knicks will be crazy to move on from RJ Barrett for James Harden. That'd be ridiculous. I know they're looking to move RJ Barrett, possibly. I don't want to say like they're actively, but they're open to it and for the right person. But that'd be crazy.
I don't think you can do that for Harden, who's going to be a free agent.
Now, I'm just spitballing. RJ Barrett he's about to start his 4-year extension, $107 million.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't think RJ Barrett is worth 4 years, $107 million, you make that move, you take your 1 year of Harden, and now you're off that money for next year if you're the Knicks.
Yeah.
So
but I don't think I don't think any of these three teams are thinking about salaries. I think all three of these teams are thinking about winning championships. I don't think salary is a factor in any of these conversations. I understand a lot of the time when we talk about trades and deals and things like that, particularly ones that involve stars or big money, we're talking about shedding salaries. What can a team do? Obviously a far, far different deal. What the Kings did with Rashawn Holmes, that was on multiple levels. Clear cap space, great, but you knew Rashawn didn't have a home here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's a line of thinking with any of these three teams. All three of these teams in these conversations to me are looking like, how can we win a championship? Can we execute a deal? If you're the Clippers, does adding James Harden make us able to compete with Denver, Sacramento? And if we're the New York Knicks, can we add James Harden and compete with Boston and Philadelphia and Milwaukee and those teams there and Miami?
I'll flip that. I'll flip that just a little bit because I think you're right, but I'll flip that a little bit. If I'm the Knicks, can we do this with RJ Barrett? Like, if the answer is no, then what are we paying him 4 years, $107 million for?
If the answer is no, then how did we get here?
Because I think it's a rookie extension. You almost have to do that, But if the answer is no, then you move on from Harden, or you get Harden, you move on from Barrett, and now you figure out what you're doing with Harden. Like, either Harden, you fall in love with him and you sign him for a 2-3 year deal next year, or you got all that money, you got $23-25 million to go get somebody that you do believe can take you to a championship. So I think what you're saying is right. I think it's a little twofold though too, because both of these teams, both the Clippers and the Knicks, are kind of stuck, and they're like, well, how do we contend and still have financial flexibility? And I think Harden gives them that opportunity.
Monty Caraway, I see you.
I'm just doing what I can, Yeah, no.
Okay, you're right. Both teams. Well, are we sure the Knicks are stuck? The Knicks are still kind of evolving, growing. Are they stuck?
I don't know if they are. I
agree the Clippers are. I agree the Clippers are stuck.
Yeah.
But they're stuck in kind of it's kind of different with them. It's not that they've plateaued. It's that they can't stay healthy. Like we've never the Clippers team that was formed years ago. We've never seen it when it matters the most. We've never seen it. And so that's a little bit different. But they might, I wonder if the Clippers feel like we got one left in us to really give this a shot. And if it doesn't work, James is in the James Harden situation. James' contract is gone. Whatever we gave up in the Norman Powell, whatever is gone. Now we got to have some difficult conversations about Kawhi Leonard and Paul George. So maybe you're right.
Yeah.
Maybe you're right.
Yeah, I wonder what the Knicks think.
Still wouldn't do it. I still wouldn't do it. I don't care what they're thinking in that front office. I wouldn't do it. Hey, you want to acquire James Harden, see if we can win a championship this year? No. I'd rather pray Paul George and Kawhi Leonard hold up. That hasn't gone well, sir. That's fine. Neither is James Harden. I'm good. I will bet.
I don't have no argument against that.
I'll bet on Kawhi Leonard and Paul George's knees holding up before I bet on James Harden.
Oof. Well, I can't argue against that. Can't do it.
Kawhi Leonard could be on a walker today and I'd still bet on him over James Harden. Do we have any do we even know how Kawhi Leonard's doing? When
I
did
think
he
the
have
last.
surgery?
I think I saw some or heard something last week where he's expected to be ready for training camp.
Yeah, I
Did he
saw-
have surgery?
I think he did.
I think I saw the same thing as Kenny. Like he'll be ready to go once the season starts.
All right.
What that means, I
Means
mean,
he'll play
he'll
every-
be cleared, but what that means as far as if he's going to load manage or what, I
You
don't
know
know.
he's gonna low manage.
Yeah, I mean, he's not playing.
Boy,
75
man,
games.
this man Ramsey. Boy, Ramsey be saying some stuff.
He is Sun Devil.
Ramsey said, "Oh,
He is
that's
Sun
right. That's
Devil.
right. My bad. Okay. All right, Ramsey. You can have James Harden. You can have James Harden. I forgot. That's my bad. Eat me.
Ramsey be putting a line in the sand on everything, but with James Harden, no,
No.
I ain't doing it.
Our guy Lob Murray too said that the Clippers right now looks like they have an edge at the moment for Harden.
Yeah,
That's
yeah. I'm pretty. I got you.
Oh,
Law Murray's on point.
Law Murray is on point. Hey,
I love
know-
this.
I know
This day is so fun.
this is a great day. It's only going to be eclipsed by tomorrow.
Oh, I can't wait
Tomorrow's
for
going to be a blast.
I can't wait for tomorrow.
I know we already mentioned this, but I forgot the wording. With Malik Beasley, the Lakers declining his team option, I think and I thought I heard when it was reported that there's hope that both sides have hope that they can work something out.
I feel like that's what they all say too, to be honest. Like,
True.
No one ever says, yeah, they
Well,
opted
except for
out.
Memphis and
Good
Dylan
riddance.
Brooks.
Well, except for that, which even for someone who doesn't care for Dylan Brooks, that was kind of out of line.
I don't know what happened with Malik Beasley in LA that he didn't play. But I really liked what he brought to the table for Utah this past season when he at the first half of the season when they were playing well. I wouldn't be against Malik Beasley coming to Sacramento.
Okay. I think would be interesting. We could do this exercise tomorrow. Is pulling up the Malik Beasleys and the what was James's guy again?
Baisley?
Yeah,
Baisley.
Darius, yeah, and just do they work on the Kings? What does it look like? Tracking the Herb Jones stuff will be interesting. Feels like Herb Jones is really important to what they do.
Yeah, I'm even with them working at a different deal. I'm kind of shocked that went down that way.
Well, normally
maybe that's what you need to do to give them a bigger deal.
Well,
maybe?
yeah, but normally you don't see it. That's kind of that was the team. Normally you don't see a team doing a player a favor like that.
Right.
Yeah. And I don't know what to make of David Griffin anymore. So I have no clue what's going on.
Griffin Wild Boy.
It's a bit of an understatement. We got Matt George coming up in the next hour. We'll come back. We'll talk more, man. This is fun.
We got do we have 2 seconds?
Yeah, 2 seconds.
Law Murray, just to go more so on what Jesse said.
Mm-hmm.
Law Murray tweeted out, Captain Obvious here regarding Harden. This won't be for Kawhi or PG. Russ James broke up. So did Russ and PG. James is from LA. Marcus Morris is from Philadelphia. Norman Powell played for Nick Nurse. Brandon Boston, Jason Preston have guaranteed dates tomorrow, next Friday. So he's just kind of tying things together as to why it's probably where he's going to go.
We'll come back. Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with over 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky's the limit if you're 21 and over. It's Sky River Casino. Back with more here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
That's almost as big of a bombshell as Chris Paul. That's
Man.
That happened like that is crazy.
Unbelievable. The conversation was so random about that too. Incredible. I'm still trying to figure out what the hell is going on in Houston. Because right now, we've said this already. I'm just going to say it again. It's either Sacramento or Washington. Or maybe Indiana is still in this
For Kuzma,
Yeah.
I think, like you said, it all depends on what Fred VanVleet does. Like Raptors could come in with an offer that's close or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I haven't looked at Toronto's numbers. There won't be a healthy leg in Clipperland next year. Oh yeah, that reminds me. We gotta. I'm glad you mentioned Chris Paul. We gotta mention what Mark Spears said. But Johnny, Johnny, I don't think that's true. But because Houston would have to go along with it, but using Houston as leverage, like against who? Because I don't think Monty's going to overpay. So unless he's using Houston as leverage for Washington, okay. Like I don't even know if Washington is like clamoring to have him back. Though I don't see why they wouldn't. And he can go back there and score 20-something points. I just don't know why. I understand. I literally just said this. Why would Washington do it when they just cleared all that money from Bradley Beal? Why would you put more money on the books with Kyle Kuzma?
I don't think he's back in Washington just because they're doing the full rebuild and stuff like that.
That's a good point. It took a second to walk through that. Do we have 2 minutes? Yeah,
They got Bulls money coming in too.
Right. Yeah, that doesn't check out. I need to stop saying stupid stuff on the radio.
Chipotle. I haven't had that in a while. Aldrin, I don't know if you're gonna get your dream, man, of Kuzma coming here. That says to me, it feels like the thing that makes the most sense, but I don't know. It's just 50-50. I don't know what's going on with it. It makes sense for everybody involved.
It's trash.
I'm gonna keep the paper towel just to get that sweat. Jones has early birds rights. No, the cat's huh.
I really get nervous when stuff is being delivered to my house and I'm not there.
Yeah, I don't think you can mess around like this, though. I got something I'll read when we come back.
Okay.
I don't know what that means.
Oh, what do we got here? I am praying for not signing Kyle Kuzma. Interesting, Allison. Who you looking at? Who you looking at, Allison?
Did the Mets lose a game last night? Jesus.
The Mets did?
Yeah, I think they did. Those poor guys stink.
Man. I'm dying like Kenny now. Jeez.
Be careful, sir.
All right.
Oh, I got two things when we come back. Two real quick things.
Okay. That was a very productive commercial break because we just talked through some things on the Chatty House, and I've changed my opinion on a couple of things. Not on James Harden. Still don't like him. Never
I
will.
thought that's where you're gonna go.
No, that ain't gonna happen. What do you got for us? You said you had a couple
two things. The Yankees and the A's are playing right now. The A's got perfect gamed against last night.
Oh,
Terrible season. Today, in a play that kind of sums up what it means to be the Oakland A's in 2023. Big drive to center field. Center fielder has a beat on it, jumps up at the wall, catches the ball, and his glove goes over the fence.
oh, very good. Very good. Okay.
So there's that. Number two, did you wear your shoes yesterday?
I did not. I was like, Kenny tagged me on Instagram and it's not 11:30. What is this? And I watched that video of the shoe explode. I was like, oh no. Oh no.
I think they said those were original. So 1993, that's almost 30 years. So you got not as many years as that.
No, it's not. No, they're not originals, but they're, what year is it? It's 2023. 2013. They're comfortable. I mean, they're over 10 years old.
I think you're still fine with 10
They're
years.
over 10 years old. They've never come out of the box.
Yeah.
They're
You're
still
fine with 10 years.
like all of the like I have a lot of 11s from that era, from like 2010, 11, 12, 13, when they drop every December.
Yeah.
It was always with the Carolina ones and then the Concord ones. It was like get 2-3 pair, tuck them away.
Ooh.
That was different times where I had a hookup back then.
Man, oh man. Sometimes I dream.
Yeah, that's where the majority of my shoe collection came from, was at that time.
Now back to the NBA. Keith Smith regarding Herb Jones. Had an interesting tweet.
We've got to get Keith Smith back on the show.
Yeah,
Very
for
good.
sure, man. He said one of the cap space teams should throw an offer sheet at Herb Jones. He's really good. This is basically an Austin Rivers situation now for the Pelicans. I assume they declined the TO. I'm not sure what the TO means, with a new deal in mind. But
team option.
There we go. With a new deal in mind, but a cap space team could make this messy. I thought about the Kings. I don't know if you want to mess around with that, but I mean, damn, Herb Jones in Sacramento would be a good look.
Oh, maybe, yeah, absolutely. That'd be a great
hell of a
look. But yeah, it gets messy because
you're making it messy for the Pelicans, but you're making it messy for yourself.
Yeah, you get stuck. Yeah, you get held up.
Yeah,
you get held up.
For them just to match it, like they're probably going to match. I mean, unless you make it ridiculous, but they're probably going to match.
Well, even that stupid 48-hour thing. Just got to let it ride and let it go. Did you see the trailer for the Wilt doc?
I did. It looks great.
Yeah, it looks really, really good.
It looks great.
It looks, July
14th.
Thank you. July 4th. It's a docu-series.
Yeah.
So it's not it's not a single episode, but it looks very, very good.
It looks like the best thing I probably have ever seen on Wilt.
Yeah, I can say definitively it would be the best thing I've ever seen
like
on Wilt.
NBA stuff, and
well, NBA.
I've read a couple articles on them.
NBA gonna be a little too clean for me. Like, give me the story. I need to see the story. Wilt's a weird figure to me. But the trailer is over on. I saw it on Awful Announcing.
I think it Showtime Sports Twitter account.
There you go. Take the opportunity at 4:00 to go watch it. Looks very, 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 very good.
Look at it at 5:30 too.
So I was working through something with Jesse in the chatty house during the commercial break. And I had said is we're looking at the Houston Rockets. And I just want to throw this out there too. I feel like Dallas is up to something.
Yeah, for sure.
And why is Kyrie meeting with Phoenix?
I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe this is the only reason I would say is maybe he's not getting exactly the offer that he wants from Dallas. And he said, well, I got options.
Bro, you going to go there and make $1.5 million? All right. Well, okay.
Well,
shout out to Wacky Starfish, by the way. Wacky Starfish won the tickets to the California Classic. Very good. My computer's moving extremely slow. I'm trying to put your message on the screen. It's just not allowing me to.
Nice.
So
Wacky
congratulations.
Starfish, 420.
Indeed. We appreciate you. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah. Next Monday. Well, he's got both days. But
yeah, he's got both days.
Next Monday is when it starts.
We'll see you there Monday for sure. Just keep an eye on Dallas. I feel like Dallas is up to something. And I'll give them credit because I kill them all of the time. Feels like they got some good things going their way. We'll see what type of momentum they have headed into the weekend.
No, they absolutely got some things going on. Much like I talk about with the Kings, they made moves and created space and took on contracts to create space for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
They absolutely have something up their sleeve.
We were looking at Houston, and Houston was used as a public leverage toy for James Harden's nonsense for the last year. And we've learned in probably the last week that was all absolute BS. And because you're seeing the Rockets tied to everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And this thing that seems to have the most traction, at least according to Mark Stein, is Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks. There is a specific number on Fred VanVleet. Mark Stein been doing this a long time. You don't throw those numbers out there unless someone wants them out there. Those aren't numbers that are pulled out of the sky.
Yeah.
There is either complete legitimacy to those numbers or a lot of legitimacy to those numbers. And it's 40 plus for 2 years. So 80 total on the deal. The Dylan Brooks idea, I think, was 15 to 16 per year. I don't remember what the length of Dylan Brooks's deal was, but the point is those two deals eat up enough cap space to where Kyle Kuzma can't be in the conversation anymore.
Right.
And then I was always like, okay, I feel like we're narrowed down now. Yeah, I guess Indiana could still be in the equation.
Mm-hmm.
I can't think of a reason that they couldn't be. We've heard them linked to Max Strus, but you're back to Sacramento and Washington. And what we were working through during the last commercial break was, wait a minute, why the hell would Washington want to do this? No knock on Kyle Kuzma, but the direction that they're going doesn't make sense to add a potentially 3 to 4 year, $90 to $110 million contract.
Right.
You moved off of all of the Bradley Beal stuff. You've got Jordan Poole. Maybe your idea is you can build with Jordan Poole and Kyle Kuzma. I don't know what that looks like in year one, but that's a decent amount of money between the two. I was like, I don't know. I don't know that Washington would want to go that route. Now, again, maybe they do, but I just started to put those two contracts together and go, man, that's kind of a weird way to start a rebuild. Is have 20, roughly guessing what, 50 and some change, $60 million committed to these two players.
Yeah, it don't make no sense.
I don't think it does either.
Yeah,
it probably keeps you from bottoming out, but maybe you do want. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. It just I think we got to that last commercial break, started talking through this, and I kept thinking, well, I don't think Washington makes sense.
They don't make sense when you talk about timelines, when you talk about money, all this stuff.
We're back on Kyle Kuzma. We spent a whole day away from him, and we're back on Kyle Kuzma. We went from Kuz, and then Kuz is going to Houston. Welcome back, Harrison Barnes. And now all of a sudden, we're back here at Kyle Kuzma.
I mean, I like Kyle Kuzma.
I love Kyle Kuzma. Give me one of them Missy Elliott joints.
Like Michael Scott said, snip, snap, snip, snap.
That's
I don't know what you want me to do here.
Someone hit us with that tweet when I tweeted I love Harrison Barnes, and I just fell out. See, you don't even get it.
What is he talking about? Snip, snap.
What was when I wanted to have kids and you didn't? Who got the vasectomy reversed? And then when you wanted to have kids and I didn't, I got the vasectomy. Snip, snap, snip, snap. That line was all wrong, but you have no idea the physical toll that 3 vasectomies have on a person. You're never getting to that episode.
What
it's
is it like season 7?
It's the famous dinner episode, and I think it's season 5.
I think it's like 5.
Yeah, you're never
I
getting
get
to it.
5. Yeah,
You're never getting to it.
It's easy work.
Season 1 is like 6 episodes, and you're not done with it.
I'm gonna watch the episode tonight.
No, you're not. Oh, wow, you're just telling lies
I'm
to
at
us.
4 or 5 right now.
You're
I'm at 4 or
lying to
5.
us. You're lying. Why first you hate us because you don't want Keegan Murray to play. Now you're just gonna lie to us.
Watch an episode tonight.
No, you're not.
Why wouldn't I?
Because you've been saying that for 3 years.
No, I haven't said that specifically.
You know what? No,
Okay.
you better watch an episode tonight, or you're gonna have to talk with the whole chatty house and everyone tomorrow. You gave us your word.
I'm watching tonight. It's no big deal. I got it.
None of this. Well, I was channel surfing or whatever, and I caught 3 minutes of the office.
Yeah,
today.
I saw Michael Scott had herpes while I was at the while I was waiting for my food. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. See, you don't even know about the little plasma TV.
Then they tell Jan, you're gonna pay for that.
Good luck paying for that on your $0.00 a year salary, babe. Yeah, that's a wonderfully awkward episode.
Uh-oh. See, it sounds like they have a lot of those.
Oh, the whole series is awkward. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on the TuneIn app as well. If you're in a smart vehicle, that's a great spot for you. Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. If you want to watch the show, that's the way to do it, man. 1320 TV right there on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter as well, and even Facebook for those who still use that app.
1320 TV. I like that.
Yeah, we working on some things. We're always working on some things. We have a lot of unfinished products here. A lot of unfinished projects.
We'll get it.
Matt George going to join us coming up in about 15 minutes or so. I'm sure Matt George excited to talk about everything that's going on around the NBA, all of these rumors surrounding the Sacramento Kings, some of these team options that weren't picked up, some of these player options that weren't picked up, and what that might mean for the Sacramento Kings heading into the beginning of free agency tomorrow at 3:00. We've been centered on a couple of different things. Of course, we found out that James Harden's player option he did opt in to his contract next year with the Philadelphia 76ers, only to tell his buddy Daryl Morey, I want to be traded. All signs are pointing to the Los Angeles Clippers being the team that he lands on, though eyes on the New York Knicks as well. James Harden looking to ruin the NBA one franchise at a time. Good for him.
Damn, the venom is crazy.
There was a stretch, though. I'm going to say something nice.
Okay.
One, I'll always point to the hamstring game. I think that was incredible. What he did was incredible. Two, James Harden's first few years at Houston really were incredible.
Oh, man.
There was because there was such a question mark coming out of Oklahoma City about the moves that Sam Presti made. And man, is this brother really worth it? And you're really building your franchise around James, this guy right here, who was like the sixth man on that extremely talented Oklahoma City Thunder team. And it worked. There was a stretch there in Houston where he was that dude.
Yeah.
And I don't, and I'm hard on him. I'm not a fan of him, the basketball player. I don't know anything about him individually. Just the way he moves as a basketball player, I hate. And he quit on Houston. He quit on Brooklyn. He wants out of Philadelphia after they lose. Like I can't wrap my brain around why teams who are trying to win championships want that guy on their team. That's what I can't get over. You said it. He led the league in assists. There's clearly talent there. The talent, to me, though, doesn't lead to anything. People are so quick to criticize players who can score a lot or pass well, rebound, who are on bad basketball teams. Well, James Harden is a player who does all of that stuff on good basketball teams and can't get anywhere. He's a guy who freezes up when it matters the most.
Yeah.
He just did it.
Remember, he just falling to the ground in Game 7.
Bro,
Nothing happened. The guy just falling to the ground.
But you say it again. Game 7, Game 7 this year.
Yeah.
Not last year. We're not harping back to Houston. We're not harping back to Brooklyn. This happened months ago.
That's who he is.
And that's just the way he moves within the league. I just can't stand, because he's still talked about as an upper echelon player. And I guess as a player, he's still really good. But how many teams do you have to quit on before people go, no?
Yeah.
Like, if you play bad, hey, it sucks. It sucks to have that reputation. I had to have an honest moment with myself this year. If I'm going to criticize James Harden for the way he fails to show up in preseason or in the biggest postseason games, I got to be honest and point out Chris Paul can't seem to be healthy when it matters the most. And I love Chris Paul. But Chris Paul hasn't quit on any team he's been on. And he's been on a lot of them at this point. James has quit on all of them.
Yeah.
And the Clippers, you're that girl who pulls the dude who's cheated on every girl he's been with. Going, he going to be different with me.
He going beside him.
He going to be different with me. He ain't going to cheat on me. Look at me. I got Kawhi. I got Paul George. I'm sorry. I got Ty Lue. And are we going to acknowledge that? Ty Lue got a year left on his deal.
Well, we've heard that that's not the best situation at all. He's I don't know if he wants to leave or what it is, but he's not. Ty Lue himself, he's not sold on the Clippers. They got to figure some things out there.
They really looking at James Harden like he ain't gonna cheat on me. That dude cheated on everybody he been with. He ain't gonna cheat on me.
Once again, I'll say,
good luck.
The one saving grace of this potential deal and what you're looking for is you're gonna say, hey, it's not all on him. If everything goes right with injuries and I guess being healthy more so than injuries, but we're not going to need James Harden to take us to the promised land. We've got Kawhi, we've got Paul George for that. And Kawhi, James Harden, you just kind of get in where you fit in.
Has he ever done that? Because it was Russell Westbrook coming off of multiple seasons of averaging a triple-double, who had to get in where he fit in Houston to placate James Harden. Has he ever fallen back?
The first one that comes to mind is Brooklyn, and I don't know how much he really fell back. I don't really remember.
They didn't play together, though.
Well, when they did, they were pretty dominant. And they were looking. Didn't they beat the hell out of? Well, he got hurt in the first 2 minutes of that game, but they beat the hell out of Brooklyn for 2 games. Out of Milwaukee for 2 games, and then Kyrie got hurt, and that forced James to be number 2, and that's when things got sketch. When it was KD and Kyrie doing their thing, it was all good. But as soon as one of them left the equation, James, we need you to step up. That's when he was looking like DJ Academics on the red carpet when Joe Budden walked off the set with the Migos there.
Yeah. Let's not ever forget how funny Joe Budden's face was when he did that. He's like, this is stupid. I'm leaving.
And then in their little blouses, they all stood up like, hey.
Like they was about to go at it. They did have blouses on, too. That's a wild clip. That is a wild, wild clip.
So I don't know, man. Look, everything you said about Harden is right, though. I'm just literally playing devil's advocate.
I know
because I don't trust him. I wouldn't believe in him. I wouldn't create any type of scenario where I had to depend on him to do anything when it mattered, even if that means stand in the corner. He'd probably just fall.
Well, we've seen that.
I
literally saw that in the playoffs.
I wouldn't trust him to do anything in the playoffs. So I wouldn't do it. I'm just saying, if somebody is talking themselves into it, that's probably how they did it.
And then how the show started. if the Kings and Barnes were close to a deal 2.5 weeks ago and resumed talks 2 days ago, why isn't one done yet? Better yet, if there is, why don't we know about it?
I was gonna say, man, it kind of feels like they still looking. They still got some things that they're trying to uncover potentially.
But at what point, and maybe we're there, does Harrison's people go like, look, you got a wandering eye. At some point, you ain't going to be able to come back.
Yeah. I think.
Because I believe Harrison does have options. Financially, I don't know how good the options are as it compares to Sacramento.
Yeah.
I do believe he'll get the best contract from Sacramento.
Well,
I don't think there's going to be a bidding war for Harrison.
Right. His best.
I think he has options, but
but
I don't think there's going to be a bidding war for him.
The one thing that I'll say, if I'm representing Harrison Barnes and all this other stuff, and James Ham alluded to it, at the end of the day, this is where he wants to be. So you'll play the game a little bit in hopes that you get to be where you ultimately want to be. And if you don't get there, you're gonna play somewhere. But let me hold out. Me, my family, we want to hold out as much as we can to stay where we're at. I think that's what's going on. But you also just said at some point, maybe Barnes and his representatives get proactive. And they say, man, you guys don't really want me here. You're looking for somebody else. I'm not saying they are, but that may be the discussion that's going on. You keep looking for somebody else. Go find something else. I'm going to go find something else on my end.
I'm going to need Fred VanVleet to make a decision. He ain't got to say it publicly till tomorrow at 3:00. Keep everything on the up and up.
Right.
But Toronto needs to be. They need to know
exactly what's going on.
Toronto needs to know. Kyle Kuzma's representatives need to know. Monty McNair needs to know.
Yeah.
We need to figure out what's going
Houston
on here.
Needs to know.
I need to know if Masai Ujiri. I want to know what direction Masai Ujiri goes in. And truthfully, I guess I don't. I'm in on OG. I'm not like I like Pascal Siakam. I really like OG with this team, though. That's what I want to see. I don't think it's there, but the day that Kyle Kuzma stuff started, thought it died the same day. I think it might be back now. I think Kyle Kuzma is back in full effect.
I think he is too. And here's the other thing too. When you talk about OG, you got to give up something to get OG. And I talked about 3 hours ago. I don't want to give up
a couple second rounders.
Oh, he gonna go
for a couple first rounder here for. Hey, we got room.
Oh, he gonna go. I wish. I hope.
No. Well, everybody else. Did you see the apparently Harrison was offered to Atlanta for John Collins last year?
I did see that.
Well, and that fits a little bit because I think we all thought Harrison was going to be gone last offseason, perhaps because he politely asked.
Felt like it was
just like, hey, I've done my time. I want out for good behavior. Like, let
me out, dope.
Yeah, but thankfully he didn't, and the Kings had the season they had. Jesse, were you going to jump in with something?
I was going to say, if Fred VanVleet ends up going to Houston, isn't Toronto just better off blowing it up? You got Siakam on a 1 year deal. OG has 1 year and then a player option next year.
Yeah, I don't know what their strategy is. But the thing is, like, if that's a great point. Like, if Fred VanVleet signs with Houston, they didn't trade him. You're entering the same exact situation with OG Anunoby.
Right. You can't be fooled again.
You can't be. We'll come back. Matt George joins us, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, ABC 10 as well. When Sacramento sports leader? Question mark? Ain't no question mark there. Let's try that again. When D'Lo and KC on Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320 returns.
The dude who hates Kenny called in again.
Oh no!
He said it's not professional, and I swear he said that they don't do that at the Top Show at the other place. I let him know that our numbers are higher, and he kind of was quiet after that.
You let him know they don't have a talk show.
One of these days, I'm not even gonna let him know he's on the air. I'm just gonna put him on.
Oh,
He's called no less than 10 times about Kenny's laugh.
Another guy that like told the FCC or something, or no, that was another guy.
No, that was
a
a different guy.
Yeah. Oh, sir.
Yeah, but he's serious though. I asked him, like, is this a bit or do you really hate Kenny's laugh? He's like, I hate it.
You know what would be funny?
Sorry, sir.
What would really be funny is if he thought I was Kenny, and it's actually me that he hates.
Oh man, it's unprofessional. Okay, sir.
Man, I think my
There's
computer is struggling
Maddie
here.
Queen in the house.
My computer is hurting. It's going to take 20 minutes to get Matt in this picture.
Yeah,
There he
Jesse.
is.
Yeah,
Oh, Matt's on the
his
phone.
laugh sucks, Jesse. Get him off the air. His laugh is terrible. You don't see that at the other station, okay? I'm gonna keep calling. If you don't kick his laugh off the air, just his laugh, keep him.
Hey, you're on, buddy. You're on.
When his laugh is dump his laugh. Thank you, Jesse.
That's,
Hey guys.
that's fantastic.
Hey, Matt, how you doing?
Oh yeah, I mean, better till someone started laughing. Stop it. D'Lo, I have a proposition for you, or more of I'm going to force you to do something because it's so much fun.
Okay.
I know you're not a video game guy,
Nope.
but you need to play WWE 2K23 GM mode with me.
Oh, I bet
It's
that would be
fun as hell.
Yeah, I bet
You
that
book shows, there's power. It's and it goes just crazy fantasy booking. It's fun as hell.
Oh, I bet.
We need to play it.
I actually every time a WWE game comes out, I go, I need to get a video.
They do a great job with those games.
I'm concerned I'm gonna like it.
The gameplay the gameplay I could care less about. It's GM mode, just building these matches, and like you go show versus show, and you could be like Raw, SmackDown, NXT, WCW. You can do whatever you want, show versus show. It's like a contest against each other, and you work for fans, you work for money, you work for milestones, you can sign legends, you can build like jobbers into absolute stars. It's so much fun.
Oh, I love
Are you guys old enough to remember when they came out with a NFL coaches video game?
Yes, I played it. It's boring.
It's terrible.
It's just they literally had the same thing in Madden, but they just made a separate game where you were standing on the sidelines. And I bought it one year, and
that game you could never get through the preseason without just being, I'm done with this.
Yeah, 100%. Right. How about a half? I couldn't get through a half. It's like, oh, this is a good read option play, and then you watch your guy run backwards 10 yards because he's scared of getting hit. It's like, what are you doing?
Did you upgrade your camera?
I don't think so.
I don't know. You just look really crisp today. I don't know. Maybe it's the beard. The beard looks really good.
Lined up.
I went to the barber today. It's
always
gotta be
lined up, man.
It's getaway day, baby.
It's got to be it. Oh, that's right. You're going on vacation.
Yeah. You're my last show.
We're honored.
Where are you going? You got plans? Where we at?
7-day Mexico Riviera cruise.
Oh.
You went on a Caribbean cruise. Caribbean cruise. Yeah, it's another reference you don't get. That's the same episode now that I think about it.
Geez.
That's the same damn episode.
That's what I was about to say. I was saying, ain't that the same episode?
You didn't know that. Shut up. We're coming back. Oh, we are back. We're back on the radio. We're a live radio show, folks. Final hour of the show. Happy to be joined by our good friend from ABC 10, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, our man, Matt George. Matt, how you feeling with NBA free agency now? Just a shade under 24 hours away. Rumors everywhere. Kyle Kuzma is the Kings guy. Wait a minute, Harrison Barnes is back. Wait a minute, it's another Kyle Kuzma running. What's happening with OG Anunoby? James Harden is in here. What's going on, man?
I'm preparing myself for some serious FOMO when I do not have the ability to do any shows or really check in. But I did buy the internet package on this cruise that I'm going on specifically so that I could communicate with those people taking care of my kid back home. But in reality, I'll also be keeping tabs on everything that's going on in free agency. I'm going to do my absolute best to check out and to save comments and responses and things like that for when I come back. And I'm certainly not going to live tweet my vacation like some people like to do in this city. But honestly, I'm ready. I think it's going to be exciting.
I love Matt George. I love him so much.
Playing today.
I love Matt so much. What do you think is happening? Like, seriously, do you think it's Harrison?
I think it's Harrison. Yeah, I think it's Harrison. I think Monty, clearly the Kings have been involved in enough rumors to where I know Monty's been working the phones. I know Monty's been exploring all options. Monty strikes me as the GM that goes, this probably isn't going to work, but I'm picking up the phone and I'm calling about OG and Pascal. I'm picking up the phone and I'm calling Kuzma's guys, or I'm calling Draymond's people. Like I'm going to put myself in the conversation and put myself in a situation to where maybe something works out, maybe it doesn't, but I'm going to be involved. And I like that compared to in years past. It felt like the Kings would intentionally not get themselves involved in any sweepstakes. Is like, we have no shot, so why waste our time? I still think the move is Harrison. I think it makes the most sense. I think financially it's going to make the most sense while allowing them to make other moves. Also, it might not be the sexiest move on the planet or the most exciting move. And I know you guys are talking a lot about disappointment yesterday and earlier this week. I understand people who would be disappointed with if essentially it's just running it back because we want this team to improve and we see what other teams in the West are doing. But I think Harrison makes the most sense. But if it's not, and it is a Kuzma, or it is like, I'm full on board in trusting Monty and giving him the benefit of the doubt. So I'm just excited to truthfully sit back, watch, and react. That's where I'm at.
So Matt, and I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you or nothing like that, but is there an explanation in your mind why, if it's Harrison Barnes, why the deal isn't done now compared to Naz Reid or Vucevic and all these other guys who are re-signing with their teams? What is the holdup with Harrison Barnes? Do you think that they're still actively looking for other players? Do you think they were before? What's the holdup with Harrison Barnes in your opinion?
I think Monty McNair and the Kings are serious players for multiple different scenarios. I think they're serious players for Kuzma. I think they're potentially serious players for Chris Middleton. I think they're involved in a lot of conversations to where it's not a pipe dream. I think if Monty knew that all these other options weren't really on the table, then this deal would be done by now. And we've seen other teams that have proceeded in that way, like, let's just bring this guy back, or let's just secure this now and handle this. I think Monty knows that there are potential upgrades out there. There are potential moves out there that the Kings are rumored to be involved in, and they're still on the table. So why complete this move right now? And I don't know if that upsets Harrison in his camp or not. I'm sure Harrison in his camp, I would hope that they would understand like what the Sacramento Kings are looking to do, and they're looking to improve and understand what Monty's motivations are. But that's the only thing that makes sense to me, Kenny, is that the Kings are serious players in other situations. And until they're not, or the right situation is no longer available to them, they're going to keep their options open instead of just jumping on the first thing in front of them.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
And I feel like Middleton's going back to Milwaukee.
I do too. 100%.
I don't know if it's for those numbers we heard yesterday, because that's pretty outrageous, but I think he's going to Milwaukee.
You turned down $40 million.
Yeah.
You turn that down because you want longevity. And you think you're going to probably get the longevity that you want from the team that you're already at. So I think you turn down that kind of money with the belief that something's going to get done. So yeah, I would be shocked if Middleton was not a Buck.
Yeah, this is quite the roller coaster, man. It's been a lot of fun because we've just been going through all of these exercises about, well, if it's not Harrison, like, who is it, and how much better is, and Kyle Kuzma, how much better is, we even throw some of the restricted free agent guys out there like PJ Washington or Cam Johnson and guys of that such. And I kept going back to like some of those guys are better. They're all younger, but how many of them are realistic to get? And I think the most realistic one, I think, is Kyle Kuzma.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm still kind of stuck on Harrison. I still kind of feel like it's Harrison. But you make a great point, Matt, and I think this was the crux of Kenny's question. There has to be a reason. It's not Naz Reid is done.
Nas Reid, the other one I was thinking about.
The deals have been done. This one hasn't. Why not? And I think it's for the reasons that you laid out. But who is it for? Is it OG? Is it a trade? Is it James Harden? Or is it just something else?
Well, honestly, if you had told me today it's going to be either Kuzma or Harrison Barnes, I'm telling you, good offseason, truthfully. Now, I think last week you guys asked me who I prefer, and I picked Harrison. And I've actually this week kind of been going back and forth on that. But I think I'm going to pretty much stick with that for the main reason that I listed, which is I know he's going to hit the ground running, and I trust him and can acclimate him. He can acclimate himself immediately, and the Kings can hit the ground running. But it's a slight preference of one over the other. Like if Monty brings either of them to Sacramento, they have their starting four, and I don't think that answer or that question is answered. So if those are the final two that Monty is deciding between, which reports maybe indicate that that's the case right now, and it's not, maybe it's Kelly Oubre or maybe it's this player out of left field. If it's those two guys, I think the Kings are in really, really good shape. And then what do they add in addition to that? Because they can't just sign one guy. They got roster spots to fill.
Well, what do you think is next after that? Like, what are you looking for? Is it backup center?
Yeah.
Like a lot of
our Lord and Savior, one Mason Plumlee.
Or is it another wing? Like, what are you kind of looking at after that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the center position, I think it's third string center. I don't think it's backup center, because if I'm Monty and I'm planning on bringing Trey Lyles back, which according to reports, that's the case. And also it just flat out should be, because Trey Lyles should be a top option for the Sacramento Kings based off of how good he's been, especially if I feel confident that Vezenkov is coming over too. I think my backup center minutes are handled. I think I can feel comfortable enough at small ball 5, especially with Trey Lyles and Vezenkov then holding down that backup 4 spot, that I don't have to stress too much about that. So I think it's third string center, which the Kings, according to like James just reported, that they issued qualifying offers to Keon and Neemias, meaning they're both restricted free agents. So if you think about bringing Nemi back, there's your third center option right there. If the Kings want to do something completely out of left field, which I would be totally game for, but I don't think is going to happen. There's been no indicators that it's going to happen. I'm in love with the idea of Brook Lopez. Like, I'm in love with the idea of Brook Lopez in Sacramento. I think it would fit so well. It would work really, really well. I don't think it's going to happen, but offensively makes a ton of sense. I think it checks almost every single box. Rim protection, rebounding, and then offensively spaces the floor, gets the hell out of Fox and Sabonis' way, can play in the corner, can play on the wing and hit down those shots. I mean, Brook Lopez is one of the major reasons why the Milwaukee Bucks have had so much success with Giannis Antetokounmpo, because he gets the hell out of the way. Like, I love the idea of Brook Lopez. I don't think it's going to happen. Plus, he and Trey Lyles would have to have a meeting and sit down and have a cup of coffee and talk about some things. But ultimately, I would love it. I don't think it's going to happen. So to me, it's a question of who that third center is going to be. I don't think we need to worry too much about a backup center.
I think Brook Lopez is joining Chris Middleton and his good friend Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Yeah.
I agree.
In Milwaukee,
run it back.
Boring.
Yeah, I think Brooks, was he like 35 years old? Like, I'm not moving again.
Yeah, he's 34, 35.
I'm finishing this.
Did you hear what he did say? I don't know where he said this or what it was, but they asked him about free agency, and he's like, "Yeah, I wish I could go to Seattle."
Yeah, he said that on SportsCenter.
So shut the hell up.
Well, no, don't do that.
Seattle after the season.
Do that.
You can't go to Seattle to play basketball.
Don't do that. You need the context. He named a bunch of places that don't have teams to avoid saying what he wanted to do in free agency.
Okay, that's fine.
Malika asked him, what do you want to do in free agency? And I think he said something he said somewhere in Canada, I think. I can't remember where, like Ottawa or something like that. Then he's talked about how much he loves Seattle, but he thinks the Seattle team isn't coming back till after he retires.
Hey, Do not step on my opportunity.
No, leave that man.
to-
Will you leave Seattle
to
alone,
take
for
shots at
goodness
Seattle.
sakes?
I will always, maybe not always, because I did soften my stance a little
always.
bit. But right now, I'm continuing to take shots at Seattle. Brooke Lopez want to play in Seattle. Hey, the summer league is fine there.
You treat Seattle like Draymond Green lives there.
I like Seattle as a city. I like people there from Seattle.
You don't act like any of it.
Yeah, I met a lot of fine people from Seattle.
Name one.
You don't need to know their names.
I think Sir Mix-a-Lot is from Seattle. Matt, what's your favorite Sir Mix-a-Lot song?
Jump On It's pretty high up there.
Nope.
No, that's not Sir Mix-a-Lot, is it?
No, it isn't. I don't even know what you're referring to.
Sir Mix-a-Lot.
There's one really obvious.
It's Big Butts, isn't it?
Wow. Yeah, it is. It is.
Whatever. I unfortunately know every word to that song, but I don't know what it's called.
Unfortunate. It's a record. It's fine.
Okay.
But it's called Baby Got Back. It's not called Big Butts.
I thought Sir Mix-a-Lot did Jump On It. No?
No, I don't even know what you're referring. Are you talking about Jump Around?
No, Jump On It.
Please be careful Googling that. I don't know.
Yeah, Jump On It, song by Sir Mix-a-Lot. It's that Will Smith and Carlton dance to with the hip thrusts and the.
No, that's Apache.
Yeah,
that song is called Apache, and it's by the Sugar Hill Gang. Damn it, Matt. Matt's already in vacation mode. He doesn't care.
No, I'm looking it up. It says Jump On It by Sir. Okay, well, it also says Apache, but it also said Sir Mix-a-Lot did a version.
And that's what you know.
No,
you know,
I'm on Google, and Google never lies.
Of course they don't.
Yeah, no, yeah. Sir Mix-a-Lot did a version. I guess it's worse. I didn't know it was not the real one.
No, okay. He did do a song called Jump On It.
Okay, thank you.
And yes, it is. Well,
This is Sir
that's
Mix-a-Lot?
Apache. Yep.
Yeah, that's Sir Mix-a-Lot.
But they're dancing to Apache.
This is what white people do at a wedding. Other than that, cha-cha slide, Cupid shuffle, electric slide,
Cupid shuffle,
stand in the quarter awkwardly, wobble. Wobble's fun. That's not Sir Mix-a-Lot, but wobble's fun.
Wobble.
I haven't.
Yeah.
Wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble.
I gotta see these people doing.
Get in there. Yeah,
I gotta see them doing wobble.
I wobbled at my wedding. I got pictures.
Oh, I've never been to a wedding like that. So,
well,
can you send the video? Okay, let's get back to basketball. This was fun. I never knew Sir Mix-a-Lot had a song called Jump On It.
Okay, so I thought
I don't even know what album this is. Like what?
I was right. You're both wrong. You both need to apologize to me.
Return to the bump of sword. No, you were right.
You were right.
You were right.
And I'm sorry.
Well, you were right.
Okay.
I don't think that's what Will and Carlton were dancing to. I think they were dancing to the Sugar Hill Gang, but
okay.
It's the same record. It's
I
fine.
didn't realize it was
hip hop is confusing. It's fine, man.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's fine. All right. So we've gone over like day one but did any of the like team option news, player option news today? Did any of that catch your eye? Like the Herb Jones stuff, Malik Beasley, Darius, but any of those catch your eye?
Herb Jones definitely did, but that's going to be a bidding war, which I'm for it. But if you're getting into a bidding war for Herb Jones, you better win it, because by the time that bidding war is over, Kyle Kuzma and Harrison Barnes are going to be long gone, and probably everybody else that's your backup plan. So I think I don't think it's the appropriate risk to take, but Herb Jones is definitely enticing. Definitely enticing.
Nah, he absolutely is, man. And I just look at a situation like that where is that doing too much, where you make an offer to Herb Jones and say it gets matched, and then you go back to Harris?
Hey,
is that doing too
girl.
much?
Hey, girl.
You just coming up here because your little girlfriend didn't want you no more.
Mm-hmm. She told you no, huh? Poor Harrison.
I would still pick Harrison day one, but also if I'm New Orleans and the Kings do that, I'm taking all 48 hours or however much stupid time that they need to make that decision. I'm taking every second. Like, screw y'all. You're gonna end up without a starting small forward because of this if you're trying to take our guy. So yeah, I wouldn't. I would do it. Chatty House has a good point here. When's my invite on Corners of the Culture? I just want to know.
It's coming up.
Okay.
Yeah, coming up as soon as you get back from was it Mexico?
Corners of the Culture, white weddings.
Matt, you on one today.
I'm ready to go, man. I'm beyond exhausted. Get me on a ship.
Yeah, I like it. Boy, the Kings treating Harrison like ghosted Tasha. They just, the problem is the Kings out there looking for Angela.
Yeah.
They out there. By the way, did you see the Suns got their point guard? Yeah, campaign. They guaranteed the final year of his contract.
Well,
and they got a
looking like they're making a run.
And they got a meeting with Kyrie Irving tomorrow. I can't wait to hear how that goes. Absolutely cannot wait.
I saw someone post a photo of the four of them. It was Booker, it was Kyrie, Beal, and KD, and it said, "Who's stopping this team?" And some of the replies were amazing. Like only one basketball, the salary cap, sharing,
health,
a team with a bench,
and the beam.
And the beam. Specifically the beam.
I can't wait to see how they fill out their roster.
If they did get Kyrie, though, we're not saying like that's not a good team.
No, if they get Kyrie, it's a little different.
Yeah,
it's a great team.
But I think a lot higher of Kyrie. We think a lot higher of Kyrie than some others do.
I guess Bradley Beal also said in his intro press conference that he's really excited to play with two future Hall of Famers. I was like, do you think DeAndre Ayton is upset about that? Think DeAndre Ayton somehow internalized that as a shot? I feel like he does. I feel like he would.
Maybe, but I mean, we wouldn't look at DeAndre Ayton as a future Hall of Famer right now.
Sir.
We got to be real with ourselves, sir.
No, I agree with it.
Not there yet. Yeah,
I agree, but I still think DeAndre Ayton
taking that as a shot. No.
Campaign was like, "Excuse me."
Campaign hit him with that Ricky Davis. He's like, "Yeah, I'm glad they brought Bill in here to give me some help."
Give me some help. Oh man. Yeah, all the opt-outs, opt-ins, all of that stuff is done. So now it's just a matter of what happens over the course of the next 24 hours.
Matt, is there anybody like that we haven't necessarily talked about that you're looking at? Like I'm thinking about a guy like a PJ Washington. You think he's a realistic target? You think that's somebody that Monty McNair has looked at? When people talk about like those fours like that, though, I always think about how that's probably signaling they believe Keegan can be a 3. I think the Kings believe Keegan can be a 3. I don't think he's there yet.
I've heard you talk about that before. And I think Keegan's going to get a lot of opportunities to prove that, assuming Trey Lyles and Sasha both return or show up and come back in our Kings next season. I'll be honest with you, I haven't thought much about PJ. I haven't thought much about a lot of guys outside of the group of like 3 or 4 names that we've really discussed, because I think I'm of the same expectation that I was with the trade deadline, which is I don't think this is going to be as eventful as people are wanting it to be and trying to talk it into being. I still think the core belief of this Kings team is we are going to get better by our group that is already here, the group that's sticking around, them continuing to grow and take the next step. And so if the free agency period goes the way I expect it to, which is Harrison back, Trey Lyles back, and minor pieces here or there, maybe you get both Keon and Neemias back, like essentially running it back with the addition of a couple rookies, second round picks, and Sasha Vezenkov. Like, if that's what it is, I think a lot of people are going to be disappointing, but I wouldn't be surprised at it at all. In fact, that's where I'd put my money at this point. And that's just based off of gut feeling, the same way I felt about the trade deadline. So really outside of, truth be told, I haven't thought about PJ or anything like that. I like the idea of it. I just don't know how much the Kings can think about or worry about those decisions until they make a decision about, Harrison is the foundation. The decision about either bringing him back or replacing him is the foundation of everything they're going to do. As soon as they make that decision and then make a decision on if they can extend Domas or not, and then they see what money they have left over, at that point, maybe then we start looking at guys like that, but maybe PJ's not even around at that point.
Jeremy Grant talk is so quiet.
Yeah, it really is.
There's nothing like nothing. Really there's nothing like around Portland. There's nothing around anybody else. Like Jeremy Grant, I feel like, well, I didn't think of this earlier when I mentioned maybe there's a reason for that. Maybe everybody knows.
True.
Maybe everybody
True.
It's just Portland. Like he's not leaving Portland. Maybe that's just been made clear to people who have called, and there's no buzz around him. There's no buzz about what he's doing because everybody's just under the assumption he's staying in Portland. Or not, I phrased that wrong. Not under the assumption. They've just been told in conversations, no, he's staying in Portland. There's nothing to talk about.
It goes to like what we
because it's really quiet.
It goes to what we talk about is like, a lot of these people know.
Yeah.
We know what's going on. Like, hey, Harden to the Clippers didn't just happen at 2:00.
No, it didn't. No, it definitely didn't. It definitely did not.
When it comes to Jeremy Grant too, and tell me if I'm wrong here, like Jeremy Grant is starting to drift into the John Collins territory for me, which is a good player that always seems to have their name out there that nobody seems to really want that much. Like, I think Jeremy Grant could help a lot of basketball teams. There are reasons to believe that Jeremy Grant in Sacramento would be a good thing. And I know he's been brought up in Kings conversations, feels like the last 2 or 3 trade deadlines, but nobody seems to really want him. And it was the same thing with John Collins for years. And then we just saw what John was traded for, a bag of chips, essentially. So I don't know if maybe I'm jumping the gun a little bit on Jeremy, but the reason why I'm not even paying attention to any Grant conversation that's out there, what little there is because I just don't think there's that much interest in him as a winning basketball player.
Yeah, I have some trepidations about Jeremy Grant. I have the same ones about John Collins that I haven't been able to fully figure out. Like, I know they're good. Like, both of those players are really good. But just something about them, like, doesn't sit well with me. Speaking of not sitting well, Matt, you and KC were talking about Keegan Murray earlier. How do you feel about Keegan Murray taking part in the California Classic?
Yeah, I'm surprised by it, although I have this scenario in my head of him doing for the Cali Classic what De'Aaron Fox did, which is come into the first game, ball out, look like the best player on the court, and it's not even close, and then retire from Summer League basketball by the time that game is over. Like, if Victor Wembanyama is not coming to Sacramento now, okay, there's one of that big ticket. All right, roll Keegan Murray out there for the first game. Let him hit a few threes. Let him look like he's coasting and that he doesn't need to be there. Give him his ovation. Give those, like, the fans what they wanted to see, and then subs out and never plays again. If that's the only scenario that I'm okay with him playing. But if it's me, hey, practice, hang out with the team, work with the team, that's great. You're not seeing the floor, bud. There's no need to.
We're in agreement, Matt. We're in agreement.
Well, he's a little more balanced.
He said if it's him, there's no way he's seeing the floor. Is that what you said?
Yeah, if I'm Luke, he's not seeing the floor. If I'm Mike Brown, I'm not letting him see the floor.
No need for him to play. Not in those games.
Who do you think made the call? One, I've got to believe it came from Keegan. I got to believe it started with Keegan being like, y'all, can I get some run?
Yeah.
But who okayed it? Did everybody okay it? Did it have to be unanimous? And if it wasn't, who voted no?
Well, I will say this. There is still a possibility for what Matt just said and what I said earlier, that he's on the roster, he's practicing with these guys, and he never sees a minute on the court. And
I don't think so.
I don't think so either, but I think that is a possibility.
Though I don't think people are buying tickets because Keegan's. I wasn't going to go to the California Classic, but now I will.
Right, they going regardless.
I think so.
Remind me, was Davion Mitchell? Davion wasn't on the Summer League roster last year, was he? He just worked out with the team because he went with them to Vegas and worked out with them in Vegas for a while, and then he was sitting courtside with Domas.
I think what happened was he was working out and practice just started, and he was like, "I'll practice." I think he was just doing one of his.
He was like in street clothes, I think.
He was just doing one of his 4 workouts a day, and the team showed up and like, "Oh, you need an extra." I have no facts to back that up, by the way. That's how I envisioned it.
Tyrese didn't play in his second season.
Yeah, there's no reason for Keegan to play. But maybe that's the point. Maybe he steps out, like I said, in that first game, because there really wasn't too much reason for De'Aaron Fox to play in the first ever California Classic game, but we just wanted that starting lineup of Fox, Bagley, Giles, and Frank Mason, the greatest summer league team of all freaking time. to run out there. And De'Aaron dominated that game to where by halftime, I think we're like, all right, we're good. Like we've seen enough. We know that he's ready to give him the keys, and then we never saw him again. So maybe that's the thing. Maybe it's like, okay, Keegan, we want to see what you look like as a 3. We want to see what you look like as the primary scorer, which I know he kind of got run with that last year in Summer League, but you remember how we were demanding he take more shots and call for the ball more in Summer League last year? I remember talking about that a lot with like, I just wanted him to shoot the ball more and have the ball in his hands more, especially compared to Chet and Paolo when he was playing against them. They had the ball in their hands every possession, and sometimes Keegan wouldn't get the ball. So maybe it's like, hey, Keegan, here's a game. Take 20 shots. Show us that you can be that guy, and then enjoy the rest of your summer off.
Taking 20 shots, that's 20 opportunities for him to get fouled.
Keegan said Mike Brown made the call. This according to our remote producer Jill Adge, I'm sure it was in the Sean Cunningham video that we decided not to play when we saw that it was 5 minutes long.
Which is very on par for Mike Brown, though. That's very on par for Mike going, no, you're playing, kid.
Yeah,
get out there.
It is.
I don't think that happened. Do you think it was more like, hey, how do you feel about playing in the California Classic?
And Keegan ain't gonna say no.
Of course he's not.
Sure.
Right. So now, I mean, I think it was a collective effort. I don't think anybody's forcing anybody to do anything. And I don't know. Maybe I'm just paranoid.
You are paranoid. You are very much paranoid.
I wouldn't.
You know what it is? Keegan wants to get away from babysitting duties. He's like, I had enough of watching rain. I'm trying to put me in the game, please. Send me to Vegas. Rain ain't going to Vegas.
Hey, play me all 48, man. I'm scared. He's always looking at me crazy too when I'm holding him.
Well, Keegan, I've never been able to relate to you more, my brother. I'd play 48 minutes in a summer league game too if I had to hold Ryan 10 minutes longer. She started to cry, and I immediately, hey, somebody.
Rain is hilarious at those looks.
Oh,
they're adorable.
They're. I thought they were really funny until I saw Ryan making the same looks, and then I was like, wait a minute, what is going on here? Y'all don't realize how scary holding a baby is when you don't have a baby. It's terrifying.
It's true.
Now, and Ryan, now she's at the point where she gets to moving nowadays. She gets to moving. It's like she'd be walking up my chest. Like, what are you doing, ma'am?
Are you still delicate with her? Like, are you still super delicate?
I mean, she's my baby girl, so yeah, to a certain degree, but she's rough and tough.
Oh, yeah.
She's the opposite of her brother. Her brother's more like me, just kind of chill. She's aggressive.
when we first brought the first, of course, month of having a baby, like you're super delicate, like now, and then it got to the point where it's just like chuck them on the bed, like go. Kids are fun.
That's tremendous. Matt, you're going away for a week. What's this all look like when you get back?
Well, because I'm going away, you're welcome for the fireworks, guaranteed to happen. Something big's going to happen in the Cali Classic. Victor Wembanyama's music is going to hit. He's going to run out the tunnel like it's Paul Pierce. No, I mean, I think it's going to be fun. I genuinely think a lot of Kings fans, at least the vocal ones on social media, are going to be disappointed with what happens. And I think it's going to be very on par for Monty. And I remember a lot of people saying, and I understood the reactions then, even though I adamantly disagreed. I remember a lot of people saying, man, the Kings there's no way they're holding on to the 3 when the only move they made was Kessler Edwards. There's no way. And then they came out of the All-Star break. Things are only going to get tougher. The schedule's only going to get tougher. And the Kings went on a massive hot streak. So I believe in this core that's already here. I think Monty clearly believes in this core that's already here. Of course, he's going to look to improve it, but he doesn't have to right now. And if it's not the right move, he's not going to make it. And I think in so many ways, Harrison can be both the right and safe move at the same time. And just because you bring in Harrison now doesn't mean you can't trade him a year or two down the road, or hell, even at this trade deadline when somebody suddenly becomes available that's not available now. So I think it's going to be maybe underwhelming for people, but I think it's going to end up being working out for Sac.
At some point, and I said this on draft night, you either are going to trust what Monty McNair's doing or you're not. And you make a great point. It was really loud following the trade deadline. How'd it work out? It went just fine. Your Lord and Savior,
Great.
Mason Plumlee, never arrived. Everything was fine. A backup center never arrived in any shape or form, and everything went just fine.
Yeah, one of the best records after the deadline in the NBA.
Monty believed in this roster. Monty, I think, still believes in this roster, and I do think he still believes in Harrison Barnes. That doesn't mean he's not exploring an opportunity to get younger and maybe a little bit better at that position, but I think he still believes in him as a player, and he still believes in his fit with this team. You might be disappointed for a day, but the California Classic will be here on Monday. You'll be excited for Kings basketball, and you'll be just fine. Though I'm not sold entirely on that's what's going to happen. I'm not. I don't have any reason to not believe that that's what's going to happen. I'm kind of sitting on the edge of my seat here, waiting to see how this plays out. If it's Harrison, all right, it's Harrison.
Yep.
Probably got some follow-up questions. If it's Harrison, I do think you should. It's so funny. James brought up the renegotiate and extend conversation months ago. And I thought it was so far-fetched. Like, it's cool. Like, James presented a way in which it could happen, and Domas doesn't get this. Like, I don't think that's going to happen. But now it's talked about like a like it's just a formality. Like, it's going to happen. Like, every league inside, oh, Sabonis is getting extended. Oh, this is happening. This is happening. And it's like, y'all weren't talking about that 6 months ago. So I'll give James a lot of credit for introducing that, because it's not something I, one, knew existed. Two, it's talked about like it's nothing. I wonder if that truly is a part of the conversation, and obviously we have a lot of reason to believe that it is that something that gets announced tomorrow, or is that something that gets announced like a week from now?
Well, and
because that's part of the offseason too.
Let's talk about how big of a win that is too. And I think some people are not going to view it as a win because he's already here, so it's not new. So maybe it's not as exciting, but the whole conversation around that Tyrese Halliburton trade is you're taking a big risk. What if you lose him and you gave Tyrese away for nothing? If you secure not just the center that you trade Tyrese Halliburton for and get rid of that fear, if you secure an all NBA center who I know recency bias showed that he did perform very well in the playoffs, but let's not let one playoff series undermine all the work that he did and how good he still is for this team going forward, and how if he gets another crack at the playoffs, I guarantee you he's going to play better. Like I can make that guarantee without much hesitation. I believe that wholeheartedly. I think a lot of guys are going to play a lot better if they get another crack at the playoffs, Harrison Barnes and Kevin Huerter included, if they're still around. So like that would be a tremendous win for the Sacramento Kings. If because of that Rashawn Holmes and 24th overall pick move, you're able to bring Harrison back, bring Trey and Sasha back, and sign Sabonis for the next 4 years and keep him here in Sacramento and keep that core really, truly together, that is a tremendous offseason for Monte McNair. Don't even risk losing him in free agency next summer when you have to pay Malik Monk. And I think that's going to be a big conversation next year too, because Malik is being paid pennies compared to what he's worth right now.
Yeah. No, I'm with you, man. I'm with you. And also the other thing about this is I'm just a big believer, and I know maybe this isn't good for sports talk radio and all this other stuff, but how can we call anything a win or a loss on July 7th?
You're right. Terrible for sports talk radio. We got to react. Got to be outraged or elated.
How can we do that?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I don't know if anybody looked at getting Malik Monk as a win last year, and he's one of the more valuable Kings in recent memory. So let's let it play out a little bit, regardless of what happens. Bring in Harrison, bring Kuz. I want Kuz here. That doesn't guarantee anything. They've got to go out there and produce. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Kenny, you had me rolling in the car the other day when you were. No, I was just saying. Kenny had me rolling in the car the other day when you guys were talking about that article. Was it on ESPN that said the moves like the Kings have to make this offseason, or what was it?
No, it said
the Kings have the most to prove with their trades this offseason, or something like that.
Who has the most to prove in free agency?
Yeah.
I still don't know what that means.
Kenny had me rolling.
Three teams said the Sacramento Kings. They need to take a big swing. Not one of them offered who that big swing should be at. Not just generic ass terms. Take a big swing. Go for it, Sacramento. I'm sorry, sir. What the hell are you talking about? Who are you referring to? And I keep seeing Eric L's remarks about things fell right for the Kings. They can't stand pat or teams will pass them by. Okay, like who? Who? You talk about things falling right. Okay, the Clippers have years of history of being injured. Things go. The Suns now have multiple players who miss a ton of time every season. Oh, it's suddenly going to change this year? Golden State, all going to be better?
Hey, the same thing. Eric L. probably said the same thing at the trade deadline. Probably said the same thing. Can't stay pat.
That's Eric L's opinion.
Got to make a move because everybody else is getting better around you at the trade deadline. You won't be able to stay. You're going to fall into the play-in. Hey, we say this all the time. All last year, we said it about everything. They were just fine. This team, we just talked about it earlier. This team is a bunch of hoopers that are dedicated to their craft. They're not falling off. They're not falling off. I got no concerns about that. It's just how high they'll be able to elevate. That's the next step. But they're not falling off. They're not going backwards. I promise you that.
Have a great vacation, man. We'll miss you next week.
Thanks. Absolutely. Can you watch my cats for me?
Sure.
You're like right down the street, D'Lo. Come on over. Watch the cats.
Sure.
Why don't
you
the dog?
put the person in charge of watching the baby in charge of watching the cats?
Oh, because I mean that's a lot, isn't it? Cats and a baby. Come on now.
Cats don't even like people. They just go on about their own business.
My cat will change your opinion on that. My cat won't leave you alone.
Okay. Well, remind me to pass up the next dinner invite to your house. Let's end with this. James Harden has been teammates with Kevin Durant twice, Russell Westbrook twice. He's been teammates with Kyrie Irving, Joel Embiid, and Chris Paul. And yet that man continues to fail when it matters the most. Congratulations to probably the Los Angeles Clippers. You're up next. You want to run back a really exciting edition of D'Lo and KC? You're listening on ESPN 1320 in the Odyssey app. Don't go anywhere. We'll do that next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, gigantes.
That was a day right there.
Yeah.
That was a day right there.
Thank you, James. Well, I just got to thank James.
I just got to thank James Harden. All right, man. Go pack or do whatever. I guess you don't really have to pack for a cruise, but, well, you probably do. Go do something.
Gotta go pick up the kid from daycare. So,
well, that's a good idea. That's probably a good idea.
I look forward to my Corners of the Culture invite.
Yep.
Get your people talking to my people. I'll send you my rate.
I'm gonna listen to Jump on It on the way home.
And then D'Lo, you're coming over because we're playing WWE 2K GM mode. Because
now that I might do. Yeah,
it's a blast. Kenny, you'd like it too. We could do 3.
I mean, I got the game. I never played GM mode.
It's great. So you pick your show, and depending upon who the GM that you choose and the show that you choose, you get certain perks and abilities, and then you draft your roster. And you just draft, and the draft pool is random. It could be Undertaker, it could be the Dudley Boys. Like everybody's there, and it randomly picks your roster for you. And then every week, different free agents and legends are available to sign for like 5-week periods if you want to book a short feud between Hulk Hogan and Alex Theory or Austin Theory. Like, it's fun. It's great. It's a blast.
Team 11, man.
What console is it on?
I have it on PC, but I can project it to my TV or.
Oh,
yeah,
very
it's on
fun.
PC. It's on PC.
Okay.
All right, on PC. That means you could get the boxing game. I think that's the only place the boxing game is on PC. I don't have it on PC.
I need them to bring the UFC games to PC because the UFC games are fun.
The game's trash.
Okay.
Kenny hates it.
All right.
Understandably.
If you have time to kill, Tyler Breeze and Xavier Woods, they play GM mode every week and they play against each other, and it's hilarious and amazing. And they're like huge pioneers of that game mode, so it's really fun.
Is that on Xavier Woods?
Up, down, down. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the only thing I watch on his channel, but it's really good every single week. So.
Okay. I'll check that out.
All right, friends.
That sounds fun.
Enjoy yourself, man. You've been grinding, man. Enjoy this vacation, bro.
I appreciate it. Hey, y'all, see you in a little over a week.
Okay, buddy.
Or a couple weeks or whatever. I don't know. Later.
Okay, take care of yourself, man. Don't hurt yourself over there, all right? I'm gonna have to reset this computer. Yeah, we'll shut down. My computer, I think, is in. Is it? Oh, okay. Yeah, this computer is in full James Harden playoff mode.
Oh, one more shot on the way out.
I'm just thankful we made it. To be
Jonathan,
honest.
Seth,
anybody? All right, man. Love you. Thanks. Hey. Be here tomorrow. And I'll tell you this: we'll know if we got something when the show starts. Watch for the clues. I swear to God, I'm so sick of seeing Lakers eyeing ... Lakers eyeing Brooke Lopez. Good.
Hey, did you hear? There's somebody else on it first who said, "Kuz to the Kings is not dead."
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even beat Chris Haynes the day before.
Jesus Christ. We love y'all. And to those who are announcing they've been forced out of their jobs today, man, God bless y'all. Hope you land in a good spot. We'll love you guys. We'll see you tomorrow.